Andrew Saban.
Oh, there we go.
Did that on you, Judge?
Yes,
You said B is in Boyle, is on there?
yes, at 9 o'clock. He's on that screen, yeah. Good morning, Ms. Taylor.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. Okay, and then who are the other individuals that are here, Bobby? In the back?
I didn't get that yet, Judge.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Oh, okay. Morning, Chris.
Good morning, Judge.
Okay, and ma'am, what is your name? No, are you, no, you're with, yes, okay, ma'am. The two over there on the right, yes, your names, please?
Kimberly Nelligan.
Oh, okay, with Kevin Nelligan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Boyle. I think it's 9 p.m. right now. It's 4 hours ahead of us. Good morning, Wayne County Jail.
Good morning, Deputy Shelton here. I got Mr. starting the day off. I got Mr. William Hayden.
William Hayden. Oh, okay, at 9:15. Okay, we're just waiting for the attorney to log in. The attorneys are here. I'm just gonna have them log in so we can speak with them in a breakout room.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. Okay, and Mr. Boyle, good morning. Trainer Boyle, but his name is Christopher. Okay, and you're. Mr. Saban, your children are very cute, but they're gonna have to wait out in the lobby with your, with the person that's with you.
Corey was letting Johnny G.
Okay, yeah, team just logged in. Good morning, Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, can you hear me? Mr. Boyle, can you hear me? Okay, Mr. Gopal, good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
Okay, so have you spoken to Mr. Boyle?
No, Your Honor, I an email him.
So-
I have a
Okay,
breaker.
I'm gonna put the two of you in a breakout room. He may have to disconnect from Bluetooth, so you may have to write that note for him, okay?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. What note?
Well, he's in a car, so it's possible he's connected to Bluetooth because he doesn't seem to be able to hear me. So you may have to write disconnect from Bluetooth on a piece of paper and hold it up for him.
Okay, thank you. I thought you meant the note to call probation, but
No. Okay, just join for breakout room 1, please.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Serrano, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay, you're here, Mr. Hayden?
you want me to?
Yes, I haven't spoken to him yet. Is he?
He's in the, hold on just a second. What's that, Mr. Gopal? Go into breakout room 1,
I got that, Your Honor.
and you're gonna have to write a message to Mr. Boyle, letting him know to disconnect from Bluetooth, because I think that's why he can't hear anything.
Okay,
But
thank
he
you.
just jumped to breakout room 1.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, and so Mr. Serrano, if you can go upstairs and log in on your phone maybe, because Mr. Hayden is in the Wayne County Jail and I can put the two of you in a breakout room.
Okay, I'm gonna speak with the prosecutor first, that's okay, Your Honor. This wasn't scheduled for 9:50.
Well, I prefer you speak to Mr. Hayden,
Okay,
or maybe, I don't know, something, but I don't want to tie up the jail camera longer than I have to. I know that they logged in early, but, which is not a problem, but if you want to chat with the prosecutor first, then that's fine.
okay, I'm looking for the file now.
Okay, Mr. Trainer, can you hear me now? Mr. Boyle?
Yes, I can hear now.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure if you were connected to Bluetooth. Sometimes if you're connected to Bluetooth, it has a
I was,
problem, but
I was trying to do
What's
it from
that?
my laptop, but for some reason the sound wasn't working, so apologies.
okay. Okay, no worries. All right, I'm gonna put you in breakout room 1 with Mr. Goldpaw, and then on your other device, I'm gonna remove the other device, okay?
Okay.
Well, you'll
thank
have to
you.
remove the other device because right now it's still in there and I can't remove it.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, 1 second.
That's okay. Okay, so Mr. Hayden, your attorney is in speaking with the prosecutor. And then he will go in a breakout room. He'll sign on up with you, two of you in a breakout room. And Mr. Saban, have you spoken with an attorney yet?
No.
Okay, so here's Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Judge.
I'm sorry, is Mr. Serrano still in there?
He is not, Your Honor. I can stick my head out and see where he is and send him into the courtroom.
No, that's okay. Gordy, can you do me a favor, please, and track down Mr. Serrano, make sure he's zooming in, please, off his phone. Thank you. Okay. All right. Which matter are you ready on? Is that the gentleman's too?
Yes.
Okay, and then Mr. Graziani, good morning, you're ready on your matter?
I am ready.
Okay. All right, so we are going to go on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Jared Cohn, 231233 A and B. And appearance, counsel?
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Check, appearing on behalf of my client, approach and stands to my right.
All right, thank you. And good morning, sir, your name for the record, please.
Jared Cohen, Your Honor.
All right, is that loud enough for you? I need you to speak up a little louder.
Jared Cohen.
Okay, thank you. All right, and counsel, today is the date scheduled for arraignment pre-trial, and Mr. Cohen, thank you for dressing appropriately for court. And counsel, what is happening today as far as the arraignment?
As the arraignment, we wait formal reading, my client states to you.
Or with the formal reading, after plea of not guilty for purposes of the arraignment, and as to the pre-trial.
As the pre-trial, Your Honor, my client is going to tender a guilty plea to the possession charge under the Wyandotte first sentence, with the understanding that the accompanying civil infraction will be dismissed.
Okay. Sir, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And sir, you heard the plea that your attorney placed on the record, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're gonna go off the record for a moment. Mr. Serrano,
Yes, Your Honor.
I think you missed a step. You're supposed to go upstairs and zoom in on your phone, please.
I had to find the file. I talked to the prosecutor for
Right.
a moment. Now I'm looking for a place to zoom.
Yeah, upstairs. There's those offices upstairs.
I was on my way.
Okay, well, I was surprised that you were back in here. I thought you were going right from the prosecutor's office upstairs.
The court officer said you wanted to see me.
No, I just wanted,
I'm sorry.
no, that's okay. I just wanted to find out where you were, because you weren't in the prosecutor's office anymore, to make sure you were upstairs zooming in so I can move you in a breakout room. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, so we're going to go back on the record and, okay, and so, sir, you heard the plea that your attorney placed on the record, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and as to count one, possession of controlled substance, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
I need you to be much louder, sir.
Guilty, Your Honor.
All right, and you've gone over your advice of rights with your attorney, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understood all of those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand by entering into a plea, you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights.
Yes, Your Honor.
You've gone over the possible penalty as a result of your plea, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that penalty could be in this court, any other court or administrative agency. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you understand what the ordinance 25.136 paren B means, correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
And counsel, if you can please order your client.
Yes, I'd like to direct your attention back to June 1st, 2023. Were you operating a vehicle in the city of Wyandotte?
Yes, sir.
All right, were you pulled over because you had obstructed vision, something was hanging from your rear view mirror?
Yes.
All right, then at one point, the officer asked if you had anything in the vehicle, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And then you revealed that you did have mushrooms in the car, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Satisfied, Judge?
All right, the court is also satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea. Count one, dismiss count two per the plea agreement. The court will take this under ordinance 25.136D if it's determined you're eligible. And we will schedule this matter for sentencing.
Take your hat
You know, would August 15th be an acceptable date for the court?
August 15th. Let me see here.
Or if it was via Zoom, 14, 21st, 28th are all appropriate. Or would it be,
We can do August 15th. All right, and then as to bond counsel.
Your Honor, my client's not on probation or parole. In the circumstance, he came in on his own volition. I've read the police report with the prosecution. He was very respectful. He made an error, and he's going to have to be held accountable, but he's not a slight risk, Judge. I'd be respectful requesting consideration for a personal bond.
And sir, if you were to test today, what would be detected in your system?
Marijuana.
Do you have a valid prescription for marijuana?
Yes, I do.
I've instructed him, though, that he does need to get a letter or note from a prescribed physician that absent that, and even with that, still requires approval.
All right, thank you. And sir, what's going on with your matter out of Detroit?
Your Honor, I'm the attorney of record on that matter,
Oh,
Judge.
okay.
I anticipate the matter being resolved with cost of fines and probation.
All right, sir, where do you work?
I work at Corrigan Law over in Detroit.
Okay. And the court's going to continue your cash bond. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs unless prescribed. And we'll see you back on August 15th. Sir, stop over at probation and somebody will be with you shortly, okay?
Thank you,
All right,
Judge.
thank you. Have a good day. And this is the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Thomas Herzig, 23954. Or I'm sorry, counsel, just one moment. Let's go off the record for a moment. Mr. Gopal, are you ready on Mr. Boyle?
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready to proceed.
Okay, do we know where Mr. Serrano's at?
Judge.
Where?
I believe he's trying to get on Zoom, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Gopal, well, never mind. Okay. Okay, can you hand me the Boyle file, please?
Yes.
Your Honor, would court mind if I stay in here instead of hobbling in there?
No, that's fine, that's fine. No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's fine. Mr. Razak, I'm sorry, Mr. Boyle's in Dubai, and so I'm going to handle his matter. And then-
I know where he is, Your Honor. Yes.
No, I know you know. I was talking to Mr. Graziani. Okay,
Okay.
all right. So we are going to go on the record in the matter of the state of Michigan versus Christopher Boyle, 23765. And appearance, counsel?
Your Honor, for the record, John Gopal, P 30758, on behalf of Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, would you please put your name on the record?
Yeah, it's Christopher Trainer Boyle.
All right, thank you. Okay, and so today's the date scheduled for sentencing on your client's plea to an amended charge of operating or visibly impaired. It's definitely a memorable vacation Mr. Boyle had while he was visiting us in the state of Michigan. And so, counsel, do you have an opportunity to review the report and recommendation with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, I have. There are no additions, deletions, or corrections to be made. I have reviewed this. We have spoken about this. He has remained alcohol-free as directed by this court since this incident. And in fact, this was clearly an isolated incident on Mr. Trainer Boyle's behalf. We're asking that the recommendation be adopted, and Your Honor, under the circumstances, we would need time to pay.
Okay, so the court's going to note that this is definitely a unique situation. Mr. Boyle is a citizen of Ireland, currently located in Dubai for work. And during his short time that he was in Michigan, was arrested for operating visibly impaired and had a 0.21. So the logistic issues, I think, are pretty clear. Clearly, Mr. Boyle can't come to Michigan for whatever terms the court would place on Mr. Boyle for probation. And to be honest, there may be drug testing facilities in Dubai, but I don't know. I didn't even look into it because the likelihood of being able to enforce conditions of probation would be close to impractical, not impossible, but Mr. Boyle, if I were to locate a testing facility and have you test today, what would be detected in your system?
Nothing, Your Honor.
What time is it over there, by the way?
It's almost 5:30 in the evening.
Oh, okay, so it's a 9-hour difference.
Yeah,
8-hour difference. Okay.
8 hours, yeah.
8 hours, yes, okay. All right, and so the court is going to indicate for those reasons that you're not a candidate for probation. The court will note that based on what we were able to find on your driving record and criminal history, it's clear. We clearly don't have any reciprocity with Ireland or Dubai as it relates to criminal histories or driving records. So, and I don't know what certain infractions would be in Ireland or Dubai as it relates to what they would be here in Michigan. So the court's going to adopt the recommendation, indicate fines and costs only. And it would be the following: $300 fine, $100 screening assessment fee, cost of prosecution $200, crime victim assessment fee $75, justice system assessment fee $50. And the court's going to indicate as well $200 for attorney fees, for a total of $925. And you posted a $100 bond, and so the court can apply your bond. And do you have any other funds that you could pay today, sir?
Your Honor, I've spoken to him about that. He gets paid monthly and has none available at this time. He would need a payment plan for the balance. I've discussed this with him, and he indicated that he could pay at least $150 per month as part of that payment plan. Is that true, Mr. Trailer Boyle?
Yes, correct.
And you realize you can pay it off quicker if you wanted to.
Sorry?
And you realize you can pay it off early, and I suggest you try to do that.
Yeah, if I, yeah, of course. If I can do any sooner, of course I will.
Okay, so your client's received 2 paychecks then, June and July, and he doesn't have anything to pay today?
What he indicated to me, Your Honor.
But he can pay $150 a month.
That's correct, Your Honor. At least.
All right, so $100 will be applied from your bond today. Sir, what date of the month can you pay the $150 per month on your balance of $825?
If it can be done like around the 4th or the 5th of the month is best. Because I get paid around the 31st or the 1st of every month, so just to have a few days of a buffer.
Okay, so beginning August 4th, which is 2 weeks from Friday, would be your first payment.
Okay.
All right, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, should he contact probation at least to see how he can go about making those payments?
He can, or he can visit our website, and that would give the instructions as well. Do you need the website?
Yeah, maybe if someone could share it by email or something afterwards, like just like a link or something, that'd be possible. I'm not familiar.
So, no, that's fine. So, I will have somebody email you with our website. So we have your email address, so we'll email that to you. Then you have it right there, okay?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All
Good
right,
luck,
thank you.
sir.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. So just to confirm, I can leave the meeting now?
Go off the record.
Yes,
I'm sorry, what's
yes, you can,
that?
sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. I'm just trying to figure out where the attorney is. I told him to go log in.
No problem. I also have 3 other people for you. I don't know if their attorneys are present or not. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I have Mr. Gant, Mr. Stanley, Mr. Howell, and Mr. Latif.
And Mr.
okay.
Latif. Your
Mr.
Honor.
Gant, hold on, Mr. Gopal, please. Mr. Gant, Mr. Howe, Mr. Latif,
And Mr.
and
Stanley.
who was the other one? Mr. Stanley.
Yes. In addition.
Oh, there we go, okay. Well, Mr. Stanley is the same attorney as Mr. Hayden.
Okay.
And Mr. Shumke is present. Oh, Mr. Serrano's logged in now, so let me put Mr. Serrano and Mr. Hayden in a breakout room.
So would you like me to put Mr. Stanley in front of the camera?
No, well, you know what, I'm just waiting for his attorney. I just admitted the attorney, Mr. Hayden's attorney, so that's fine. We'll just, if you can just leave Mr. Hayden there, that'd be fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I don't mean to interrupt the court. However, Mr. Howe is mine as well as Mr. Latif.
Yes, I see that.
Just want to let you know.
But right now, there's one camera, so, all
I know that too, Your Honor. I just want to let you know.
right, thank you. I'm looking at the docket, so yes, I'm just waiting for Mr. Serrano to join. We're going to be in a brief recess for just one moment. I'm sorry. 23954.
Good morning, Judge, and thank you. Good morning. Under John Bastiani, and we have Thomas Herzig. Judge, we've had the opportunity to review this exactly, review that at my.
I'm sorry, Counsel, I need you to speak directly into the
Okay.
microphone. It's
Understood.
very quiet.
Judge, we had the opportunity to review this pre-sentence investigation report. Yesterday, there's no additions, except regarding the workforce, we're asking for community service or at least a hybrid plan, and let me explain why. Apparently, starting, I believe, in July 31st, this year, there's gonna be mandatory overtime at the Dearborn Truck plant, Ford Motor Company Dearborn Truck plant, and we're asking for some flexibility because I'm concerned that he may not be able to immediately achieve the goals that your court imposes.
Well, you have to do it immediately, as long as you make a diligent effort to get it set up.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure, Judge.
Yes, okay, Mr. Herzig, your name for the record, please.
Thomas, or
Thomas what?
Thomas Michael Justice.
Okay, but here's the thing, we're recording you on here and we have to be able to pick you up, and I'm having a hard time picking both of you up because you're both very quiet.
Okay, then. I'll be louder. My
Okay.
wife doesn't want me to.
Okay, so Mr. Herzig, your name again, please.
Thomas Herzig.
Okay. And Mr. Herzig, if you were to test today, what would be detected in your system?
Marijuana.
And when's the last time you used marijuana?
2 days ago.
And you provided proof of your medical marijuana card to probation?
Yes.
Okay. And sir, I'm just going to say, I say it often. I'm trying to sound like I'm preaching a broken record, but in our society at this point, with all sorts of rideshare options, how is it that you didn't arrange for a ride home and decided to drive on your own?
It just wasn't thinking clearly, Your Honor.
Stupidity. Yeah.
Well, and if you're planning on going out and consuming alcohol, why don't you just take an Uber to where you're going, or a Lyft or whatever? I'm not promoting one over the other, but go there. And Mr. Serrano, please join the breakout room. And that way you don't even run the risk of operating a car, operating a motor vehicle.
Right.
Speaking.
Yeah, right. It was just a night that got out of hand. It's just a night that just got out of hand. I didn't
Okay.
need it to get out of hand that bad.
Well, and sometimes when you start drinking, you don't intend for it to get out of hand, and it does.
Yeah.
All right, the court's going to indicate after hearing from counsel, hearing from Mr. Herzig, reviewing the report, the recommendation, the court does find there's reasonable grounds to park on CL 769.5. The court's going to indicate that you are eligible for early discharge. I'll go over that shortly. You're not to violate any criminal law or any of government. You're not to leave the state without the consent of this court. You are to report truthfully to your probation officer as often as your probation officer may require, in person, writing, or virtually. Your notified probation officer immediately when you change your address or employment status. You're not using any alcohol or drugs unless prescribed to be subjected to random testing. The rehabilitative goal for that condition is so the court can monitor your progress in maintaining abstinence and sobriety. And the court's going to also indicate you to participate in the chemical awareness program. The rehabilitative goal for that condition is to further educate you about drug and alcohol use so that you may make better informed decisions in the future and hopefully not repeat this offense again. I would think that the financial impact alone that it has would be enough to deter you from doing this again. Just participate in the Ad Victim Impact Panel. The rehabilitative goal for that condition is to further increase your understanding of the dangers of driving while impaired and educate you about the consequences of such behavior. The court's going to indicate 5 days on the court workforce. The rehabilitative goal for that condition is to help you further develop work and life skills and get back to the community. Because, sir, from my understanding, you're going to have additional fees that you're going to have to pay, whether it's insurance, administrative with the Secretary of State, or what have you, in addition to fines and costs here at this court. All right. Any questions regarding the terms and conditions?
No.
Judge. The court's going to indicate $300 fine, $100 screening assessment fee, $600 supervision oversight fees. That's 12 months at $50 a month. Since you're eligible for early discharge, some of that money may not be due. $200 for the cost of prosecution. Crime victim assessment fee of $75. Justice system assessment fee of $50. Why is it in between the doors? Okay, thank you. Court workforce, $200. It's $40 a day at 5 days. The chemical awareness program is $75. For a total of $1,600. And you did post a $250 bond. Do you have any other funds that are paid that you can pay today, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, I have $500 with an extra $100.
I believe he's alluding to the bond. It's not my understanding it was a $500 bond or $250.
$250.
$250.
Oh, $250.
Judge, my apologies. He'd indicated that to me, and it's my fault. He has an addition, as a result, he has an additional $250, if that's okay. We're asking for a payment plan for the next 45 months. He does work at Ford. He works overtime. Believe me, he'll be able to fix himself.
Okay, so you have an additional $250 to pay in addition to the $250 bond.
Yes, Your
So a
Honor.
total of $500 will be applied today.
That's correct, Judge.
All right. And then the balance of $1,100, you're indicating you can
Within
pay how
4
much per
months,
month?
You can pay $250 a month.
$250 a month?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, what day of the month works best for you, sir?
Right.
What days in the month? Towards the end of the month, you've got your mortgage payment and you've got your truck payment. What are we looking at, like about the 20th of the month after this month?
Yes, but 20th.
The 20th of the month would make sense, Judge, because he's got his mortgage payment, the truck payment, and if he could accommodate for the 20th of the month.
Okay, beginning August 20, no, July 20th?
Yes.
That's Thursday, beginning that Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so you're about to have a seat out in the lobby. Somebody will be with you shortly. Actually, you can go, you're gonna go over to probation. And then they will direct you where you need to go after you get your instructions. The court's going to also indicate, sir, as I did, that you're eligible for early discharge. So long as all the following have been completed. You've had at least 3 months without any violations. You completed all the terms of your probation. It's been at least, you've completed at least half of your original term of probation, and then all money have either been paid or you've made diligent efforts to make full payment. Okay?
Thank you, Judge. Thanks so much.
All right.
Everyone have a good day.
Good luck to you, sir. Thank you. All right, we're gonna be off the record for a moment. You just didn't break that. Okay. All right, and are you ready, Mr. Kohler?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, hold on, I have. Okay. That's all the paperwork, I guess.
Everyone, please rise. You may be seated. You have a seat. You're unable to stand up, have a seat in the lap.
Look, it's against my native Indian religion.
Well, that's fine.
Stand up. And
Well, have a seat in the lap.
You know, I can have a seat here. This is my constitutional right to. Joe, send the PD over here. This is my land, but you guys are occupying. one was like,
Yes.
And before my brother, when I come up to,
where's your brother at?
he's in one time, so when you get on the screen, I'll come up to the thing and talk. to him.
You want to say something regarding him? I'll make a note.
Thank you.
What's his last name?
Gant, G-A-N-T.
G-A-N-T? Can you escort the gentleman in the back row out of here? He feels that he doesn't have to stand up.
That's my religion. It's my native Indian religion. I'm in my own country. I'm in my own country with you invaders.
Mr. Peterson, we have to wait for the prosecutor for your case because it's transferred from another court. So in the meantime, I'm gonna have you have a seat out in the lobby because you're going to have to wait and speak to the prosecuting attorney. Okay? Thank you. There's some other files of Mr. Kohler. There's some information files for Mr. Kohler down there too. That were. There were some. Yeah, I'm not using mine because it's right there with this file. I was looking for that paperwork too, and I thought, wait a minute. Okay. Okay. Okay, and so where's Mr. Sir? Are you ready on Mr. Hayden?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so. Okay, thank you. All right, and then we're gonna handle, then Mr. Westmoreland, then we'll handle Mr. Kohler. Mr. Hayden's in the jail, so I need to move on that one. All right, we are going on the record in the matter of City of Wyandotte versus William Hayden, 231697. And appearance, counsel?
Your Honor, good morning, Richard T. Serrano, P33828, appearing on behalf of with my client, Mr. Hayden, who is presently in Wayne County Jail in custody. Please state your name, sir.
Please unmute, Mr. Hayden. You need to unmute first, sir.
William Hayden.
All right, thank you. And today's the date scheduled for the pretrial in this matter. Counsel, you have an opportunity to speak to the prosecuting attorney.
Yes, I have, Your Honor. We have pre-tried the matter. My client is going to plead guilty as charged. I'm advised of his rights in ready for the court's examination.
All right, sir, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Bless you. And bless you. And ask to count one trespass. Sir, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And you've gone over your advice of rights with your attorney, correct?
Excuse me?
You've gone over your advice of rights with your attorney, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand all of those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
You also understand that by entering into a plea, you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights.
Yes, ma'am.
You also understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea.
Yes, ma'am.
Has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
No.
And counsel, if you can please vote to your client.
Mr. Hayden, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
On July 6, 2023, we're in the city of Wyandotte.
Yes.
And at that time, did you stay and sleep in and take up residence more or less in a shed belonging to another person?
Yes.
And you did not get prior permission, did you?
No.
I'm satisfied.
The court is also satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea to count one of trespass, and we will schedule this matter for sentencing.
Your Honor, the court pleases, my client's been in custody continuously since this happened. I don't think he has anything else pending. Is the court disposed of sentence today?
Well, Counsel, I don't have an updated criminal history, and, so,
Can we talk about his release?
and he refused to fill out the paperwork reported for an attorney back on July 7th. So I don't even have any financial information. I don't have anything on him. And so I'm not prepared to pass sentence on your client when I don't have a full understanding of your client's history and his needs.
I understand.
So we're going to schedule this matter for sentencing on August 9th. You are
I'm
here
gonna
that
lose
day,
all my
Counsel.
jobs.
Yes, I am here.
At 9 AM. Or we could maybe do, we could,
I don't understand.
just
this.
one moment, sir, just a moment, sir. We could maybe do August 2nd, Counsel. You're here that day.
Whatever the court pleases, Your Honor.
All right, well, we won't be able to do more on that day, so we'll do August 2nd,
August 2nd, what time?
9 AM. All right.
Will we address the issue of bond, Your Honor?
Yes, Counsel, the court indicated $5,000 10% bond, GPS tether, no house arrest, not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs unless prescribed. And the basis for that was because your client does does not have an address listed, indicating he was homeless. And he does have a criminal history of some sort, specifically trespassing prior. And
Your Honor, I just wanted to say that is true. He is homeless, but he tells me if he were released, he has somewhere to go now. I think he has an address to give you. And as he tried to mention, he has 3 part-time jobs. He feels he's, if not lost them already, that he's certainly going to lose them if he remains any longer in custody. So he cannot support himself. He cannot earn income without these jobs. And Your Honor, we would hope the court would allow him to be released at least on a GPS tether.
what are the 3 jobs that you have, sir?
Like I said before in front of you, I work for Sheldon Smiley Monday through Friday. I do concrete work and I cut 5 different people's grasses in Wyandotte.
Okay.
And like I
Sir,
said,
the court yesterday is that you were living in a vacant house that you didn't have permission to be in.
I understand this. And like I was
And so
saying,
who is it that you're supposed to, that you say you can stay with?
his name is Sheldon Smiley. He buys houses to flip them. He was in a process, like I told you, the last time I was there, I was meeting him that Friday to get keys for a house on North Drive where I was gonna be staying inside that house with all the tools so no one would steal the tools. I don't know the exact address of the house. I just know that it's on North Drive in Wyandotte.
Okay, well, sir, the court, you have to have an address before you can even be released with the tether. So.
I know one of the addresses of the house we're working on is 667 North Drive. And the other house that we'll be working on is right across the street from that. That's why I don't know the exact address. I know the one address at the house we're working on now. But I've
You
been
didn't
trying
know the
everything I
address
can
30 seconds
to
ago,
work.
and now you know the address. What's that?
Oh, I told you before, the one address we're working on is 667 North Drive. While we were working on this one, he was in the process of buying the other one.
Okay,
That's why
so
I
how
said
do you
I
know
didn't
if he's actually purchased it yet?
He told, the last time I talked to him is that he purchased it. And that's why I was going to meet him on Friday to where we can move the power tools over into that house. And I was going to be given the keys to that house to where no one will be able to break in and steal it because I would be there with the power tools.
And how long have you worked for Mr. Smiley?
I've been working for him for a year.
And so you live in houses that he purchases and fixes up to flip? Is that what you do?
Sometimes, yeah, if we have to have the power tools there, yes. Otherwise, I was staying with friends, just doing what I could.
All right, well, the concern the court has is that, Mr. Hayden, can't be located if he fails to appear for court. The court will reduce the bond to be 2,500, 10% counsel, but, I'm not amending it to be a personal bond.
I'm gonna resolve my job then, so that's all I know.
Conditions are continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
But let's go off the record for a moment. Wayne County Jail, where Mr. Hayden is.
Deputy, you want to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hayden needs to complete a PSI. Do you want us to have probation call in and chat with him, or do you want me to put them in a breakout room?
Breakout room is fine.
Okay. All right, I just didn't know if you had any other courts you had to log into. So we're gonna have probation zoom in, and then we'll put them in a breakout room.
If you want, I can log into another computer. Are we ready to see Mr. Gant by any chance?
Yes, we can have Mr. Gant jump on, yes. That's fine, you can move Mr. Hayden to a different computer, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, and so Wayne County Jail Division 2, your name, please?
Evan Elegant, am I muted?
No, you're not muted, I have you here, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Mr. Goldpaw, you need a breakout on Mr. Nelligan? You're muted, Mr. Goldpaw.
Oh, I'm not muted.
Yes, Your Honor, I can speak to him now again. I am ready to speak with him. Yes. I didn't realize he was in jail.
Yeah, so breakout, if you want to rejoin breakout room 1, and I'll put Mr. Nelligan there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everything.
All right, we're going on the record in the matter, I'm sorry, before we go on the record. Sorry, Gordon, you did CC say who the prosecutor was for 30 days?
She was calling and finding out, supposed to let me know.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're on the record in the matter of Ryan Kohler, 2217 23712, which is the city of Wyandotte versus Ryan Kohler, as well as 23719. And appearance, counsel?
Good morning, Judge. Attorney Corey Westmoreland, appearing on behalf of Mr. Kohler. Mr. Kohler, would you please state your name for the record? Ryan Kohler.
All right, thank you. And then we have another matter to handle off live stream because it's a treatment court matter. And so that one we can do after these three. And so we have, as it relates to the arraignment, we have to do the arraignments first because Mr. Kohler was not able to be present at the last scheduled date.
At this time, Judge, we are prepared to waive the formal reading in my client's hands.
All right, thank you. Court will waive the formal reading on both matters, enter plea of not guilty for purposes of the arraignment. And as to
the pretrial, Your Honor, at this time, the city attorney has offered to dismiss the case ending in 718, and my client's prepared to plead guilty to the case ending in 719. Retail fraud.
okay, thank you. Bobby, can you just message Mr. Shunky and have him zoom in, please, so I can put him in a breakout with Mr. Gant, please? Thank you. And then Wayne County Jail, I have probation. You want me to just keep, are you just keeping Mr. Hayden where he's at?
Yeah, we can keep him where at. Put him in a breakout room to do the PSI. That's fine. I have Mr. Gans off on another computer in the same room.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. Okay, and so the attorney's gonna log in and we'll put him in a breakout room. All right, so Mr. Kohler, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give this matter to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, and so you heard what your attorney indicated as it relates to case number 23719, the retail fraud.
Yes.
And as to that matter, how do you plead, sir?
Guilty.
And you've gone over your advice of rights with your attorney, correct?
Yes.
And you understand all of those rights?
Yes.
And you also understand by entering into a plea, you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights.
Yes.
You also understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea, whether in this court, any other court, or administrative agency.
Yes.
And knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea.
Yes.
Okay. Has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
No.
And counsel, if you can please write to your client.
Mr. Kohler, were you in the city of Wyandotte on April 7th of this year?
Yes, I was.
On that date and time, were you specifically at Goldfish?
Yes, sir.
Try and take an item that day without paying for it?
I did.
Did you have permission to take that item?
No, I did not.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. The court is also satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea to, well, no, hold on, counsel, I think this, well, hold on a minute. There was a little dot also, so let me just, because apparently he's agreed to pay restitution for both.
Correct.
Let me
Little
just-
dot was, I believe, $6.99 in restitution.
Right, okay, that was a 718 matter.
That's correct.
Okay, so Mr. Kohler, I just want to make sure that you understand, even though the one matter is being dismissed, you're agreeing to pay restitution on that matter, so that your total restitution between both cases would be $95.99. Do you understand that?
Yes, nurse.
Okay. All right, and so the court does find the plea is known, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea. Schedule this matter for sentencing on August 16th.
I'm here that one.
That's why I picked it.
Perfect.
And then as to bond counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. As you're aware, Mr. Kohler is currently on probation through the mental health treatment board. I would just ask, whatever bond he's already been out on, that just be remain in place at this time. In addition to his violation of probation, I would just ask that to be adjourned to the date of his sentencing, so he can be sentenced on everything.
Okay. So, Mr. Kohler, are you, were you prescribed medications after your last hospitalization?
I was, except for one of them, was super addictive, and I didn't want to take it anymore, so I'm not taking it.
Which one was that?
It was, it's like Valium, it's in the same family, I just, yeah.
Okay, and so did you talk to your doctor about that?
He agreed with me, because, I've been on those types of medicines before, and, for some reason, they make me not like psychologically need them, but physically need them, and I just don't like things that make me physically need anything. Sometimes those types of medicines even have me like making mistakes like this, like those benzodiazepines, so there's maybe some reasons why these things happen. So, everything else I'm still on.
Okay. And so how have things been going?
Really well, honestly. I know that I have been to four or five different hospitals since the last time I've seen you. I was having a lot of problems, but I'm a lot better now. Yeah, I can bring proof of all of them too.
That's
Oh,
also
yeah, I know.
why I was asking for.
Yeah.
To adjourn the violation. So you can give him time to refer to that.
Yeah, sorry it happened today.
Okay, so let me indicate, the court's going to indicate a $5,000 personal bond. Mr. Kohler has appeared for all of his court dates, and if he is not, he's notified the court or had his guardian notified the court. The court's going to indicate as a condition of bond not to have any contact with any of the employees at Little Dot or Glowfish. Not to enter the premises to either property. And no contact is phone contact, text message, email, social media, third party, anything of the like. Not direct contact, not indirect contact. Not to possess and consuming alcohol or drugs are not prescribed. And you are to continue your treatment. Okay, then and so you'll get a copy of this bond condition here in just a moment. And then. Did you go along?
I'm gonna do that now. I spoke with his sister and she informed me of some issues, but I've already spoke to the prosecutor, so I'll go and speak to him directly.
Okay, I just want to make, just want to make sure I didn't miss you up on the screen, sorry. Okay, and then as to 2210271627, the probation violation, we will adjourn that. We will adjourn this to August 16th. Is it August 16th? Yes, August 16th. I didn't even pick a time. Is 10 a.m. okay?
Works for me.
Okay, and then going to Okay, so Mr. Senke, if you can rejoin breakout room 2, please, and Mr. Gann, I put you in the breakout room 2 if you can hit join. And Mr. Hayden, are you all done speaking with probation? You're muted. What's that, Mr. Charles?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I have a co-defendant that may set up a trial. So.
Is that needed for what?
I hadn't asked.
I don't know, it won't be. Okay, so.
So do you want it adjourned or do you want me to ask Mr. Westbrook?
Well.
Shemke? But you're right, Your Honor, this is not RTS, see it?
Yes, on this one, correct.
Right.
So I put yes.
Right, because I have.
But yet you were the
Patricia
one who put on here.
Fernandez.
Yes, I understand that. Where, is she up for today?
No, she's up for.
Okay, so I need to give, okay, I need to give this to Stacy for another. Okay, Mr. Gann, are you all done speaking with probation? I mean, Mr. Hayden?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then you are all set. Thank you. Okay, and then Deputy Mr. Gann is in a breakout room speaking with Mr. Shemke. And then where'd Mr. Gopal go?
I have 3 other people, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Gopal is speaking with
Can't.
Mr. Gopal is speaking with somebody from another division, Wayne County Division 2. And so then you have Mr. Howe and Mr. Lateef, correct?
Yes, I have Mr. Howell.
Okay, all right, I will let Mr. Gopal know that Mr. Howe is there.
Okay, appreciate it.
All right, thank you. All right, just one moment, I'm gonna go,
Do you want him in the courtroom, Your Honor?
that's fine, I just gotta give this to Stacy.
All right.
And how is on the screen. So when, okay, when she comes back in, she'll put you in a breakout room. Yeah. Okay, yep. Bye.
Shoot, man, that shit. Oh.
That's 2 cases. Unless you find out you're getting medications and a strangulation. Work. Sure. And not guilty of set us free. Yes. Which is a something coming from over here. So Was I wrong? Maybe I'm gonna do my client.
Apparently not.
So they just. Detroit, please show up. Everyone, please rise. 27th District Court's back in session. You may be seated.
Okay, this is gonna be to Mr. Shumpy, because Serrano and Shumpy are on the schedule for today. And so, I mean, Gopal and Serrano are on the schedule for today, and Gopal, according to Serrano, well, isn't gonna be available for a while, more time. And so then Mr. Shumpy has to do that, please. It's on the docket, but it was erroneously assigned to Mr. Serrano. And Mr. Serrano is representing the co-defendant.
Okay, I called Johnny G on the phone, told him that,
We're not muted, but,
and told him there is.
Mr. Howe?
Yeah.
So, okay, I'll just put Mr. Howe in the,
Breakout.
well,
He said he's done with Mr. Nelligan.
okay, well then let's handle Mr.
Well,
Nelligan.
he said he's gonna bring the files in, but he hasn't come in.
Okay, so let's grab the file from Mr. Nelligan, and so we can get that one moving too. Okay, and so we're going on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Andrew Saban, 226298. Where's Mr. Saban? Oh, there he is. 226298. And okay, and sir, your name please for the record.
Andrew Lewis,
All right, thank you. And sir, you understand that you have the right to have an attorney at every critical stage during a criminal matter, correct?
yes,
And you have opted to not have representation to represent yourself, correct?
yes,
All right. And you signed the waiver form on here, correct?
yes, ma'am,
And you also understand if you cannot afford an attorney, that the court may appoint one to you for at no cost.
yes,
And knowing all that, you still want to represent yourself.
yes,
Okay. And you got an opportunity to speak to the prosecuting attorney as well today, correct?
yeah, that's correct.
All right. And so as to the arraignment, sir, do you want the court to read what you're charged with, or do you want the court to waive that and continue with the proceedings?
You can continue the proceedings.
All right, the court will waive the formal reading, enter a plea of not guilty for purpose of the arraignment. And sir, as to the pretrial, you spoke with the prosecuting attorney, you indicated. And so what is your understanding of the resolution of this matter?
We guess to have some court fees, some fines,
Okay, but what do you understand? Are you pleading as charged, or are you pleading to an amended charge?
pleading guilty to the charge, driving suspended.
Well, that's not what this says that you signed. It says that they amended to be failed to display a valid driver's license.
Okay, yeah, that's what it is then.
Okay, and so you understand that that's what you signed the document for?
Yes,
Okay, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this matter the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, and as to the amended charge of failed to display a valid driver's license, how do you plead?
guilty,
And you've gone over your advice of rights, this document, correct?
yes,
And you signed this document?
Yes.
And you understand all of the rights on here? Any questions that you may have regarding those rights?
no,
You also understand that by entering into a plea, you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights.
yes,
And you also understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea, whether in this court, any other court or administrative agency, specifically the Secretary of State. You
yes,
understand the Secretary of State could resuspend your license or assess its own fines. Do you understand that?
yes,
And knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea?
yes, ma'am,
All right, has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
no,
All right, so on April 1st of 2022, were you operating a motor vehicle in the city of Wyandotte?
yes,
And you had police contact, correct?
correct,
And you were unable to display a valid license at that time?
I was,
All right, the court is satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea, the amended charge, dismiss the original charge per the plea agreement. And sir, what's the status of your license today?
and
How did you get here today?
my wife,
And where do you work? What do you do for work?
Self-employed, selling live alcohol and whatnot,
Okay, what do you sell? Just
Funko Pops,
what?
Funko Pops, toys.
Oh, okay. And so how do you have to deliver those
No, I just ship them out.
from your home?
Yeah. You can take them to the UPS store, they pick them up, you want,
Okay, and what is your wife's name?
Nicole,
The two of you live together?
yes,
How long have the two of you been living together?
4 years now.
Okay, well, she should probably
Almost
change,
3.5.
she should probably change her address because it still has her in Utica.
Okay.
And so what were you doing in Wyandotte that day, sir, since you do not live in the area?
I don't even remember, to be honest, it was a year ago.
And what took you so long to come into court to handle this matter?
I wanted to get my license back, so I just figured I'd go one at a time and clear up all my tickets.
Okay, are you suspended anywhere else or is this your last stop?
No, I got 2 Rochester Hills and Shelby Township.
Okay. All right, the court's going to indicate a $300 fine, $200 cost, crime victim assessment fee $75, justice system assessment fee $50, warrant fee $50, clearance fee $45, for a total of $720. And we posted a bond recently of $500, and with the 10%, it's $450 balance. And you can apply the bond, and then on the $270 balance, or do you have that to pay today?
You said how much is the balance?
270.
No.
Okay, how much do you have to pay today?
$100.
All right, so the court will indicate then that $550 will be paid today. And the balance of $170, sir, when can you pay that?
Like 2 weeks.
All right, so can we indicate August 4th? That's 2 weeks from Friday. Is that yes?
Yes.
All right, just have a seat out in the lobby and somebody will be with you shortly, sir. Make sure you're not driving until you have a valid license, okay? Otherwise, you're just gonna be giving out of the courts your money. Okay. Mr. Goldwasser, okay. We are on the record in the matter of the City of Wyandotte versus Kevin Nelligan, 231020 and 17728. And appearance, counsel?
Your Honor, for the record, John Goldpaw, P 30758 on both matters.
All right, Mr. Nelligan, your name, please.
Kevin Nelligan.
All right, and counsel, and actually, Ms. Taylor, can you please place your appearance on the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Billy Joe Taylor on behalf of the people, City of Wyandotte.
All right, thank you. I apologize, I saw you were on the phone, but given what it looks as though the plea resolution is, I would like the people to be on the record with this. So today's the date scheduled for a pretrial on this matter, a final pretrial on this matter, on the 231020. And counsel, there's been a resolution.
That is correct, Your Honor. I've spoken to Mr. Nelligan. I've spoken to Mr. Nelligan's mother, and I've had lengthy discussions with Ms. Taylor and provided them with certain documentation regarding this matter. Based on all of that, it's my understanding that in return for plea of responsible to the civil infraction of disruptive behavior, the assault and battery charge would be dismissed. I've explained to Mr. Nelligan his constitutional rights, his right to go to trial, his right to cross-examine, as well as the right to bring witnesses on his behalf. Understanding all of that, he wishes to avail himself to understand, he would waive those constitutional rights and would ask that he would avail himself of this plea agreement. Is that correct, Mr. Nelligan?
Correct.
Okay, and Ms. Taylor, it indicates that you've made multiple attempts to contact the named victim.
That is correct, Your Honor. Multiple attempts via phone calls, text, and letter to his address that's listed on the police report with no response from the alleged victim.
Okay. All right, and so sir, please raise your right hand. Mr. Nelligan? Are you paying attention?
Yes.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And so you heard the plea that your attorney placed on the record, correct?
Correct.
And as to the amended charge of disruptive behavior, how do you plead? Responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
And you understand that you have the right to have a trial in this matter, and by entering into a plea, you will not have that trial.
Correct.
And you understand the possible penalty, correct?
Correct.
And you also understand, or I'm sorry, has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea today?
Oh.
All right. The court does find the plea is knowing and voluntary. The court will accept the plea to the amended charge, dismiss the original charge per the plea agreement, and that's $200 fine on that matter. He did post a bond, so we can apply that bond. And then we have the matter of the show cause on the 2017 matter.
That is correct, Your Honor. Your Honor.
Do we approve the rest of that bond towards that matter?
Well, there's a $300 balance, so that would bring you down to $512. There may be there may be slightly more money owed on that based upon interest.
If I may, it's my understanding that a couple of days ago, or between the last time we were here and this show cause, that Mrs. Nelligan paid about $200. She also discussed with someone, and she's in the court, that there would be a payment plan to pay off the balance. I don't know if your documents, reflect that $200 payment since the show cause was originally sent.
Okay. And so that would bring the balance down to $312.
I would think so, Your Honor.
Okay, so as to the pre-trial, the show cause, is your client pleading guilty or not guilty?
I believe he pled not guilty. I mean, he pled guilty before and the court moved it over. So yes, he's pleading guilty to the show cause.
No, we didn't hold it. We adjourned it along with the misdemeanor. So you're still under oath, Mr. Nelligan. Ask the show cause, how do you plead?
Guilty.
All right, thank you. And you understand you have the right to have a contested hearing on this, correct?
Correct.
And you understand by entering into a plea, you will not have that contested hearing.
Correct.
And you also understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea, correct?
Correct.
And knowing all that, you still want to continue with the plea?
Yes.
All right, counsel, can you please pardon your client?
Thank you. Mr. Nelligan, quite some time ago, you you were charged and there was a show cause that you were ordered to pay costs and fines in a particular matter. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you failed to comply with that court order, and therefore you are guilty of not paying in a timely fashion. Is that correct? Defense satisfied, Your Honor.
Okay, the court is also satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. And the court wants you to plead guilty for your show cause. You will apply the balance of the bond And sir, as to the balance of, we said it was $212, it may be slightly more based upon, the interest that's accrued.
And Your Honor.
So how are you proposing to make payments on the balance?
Your Honor, if I may, Miss Nelligan is there, his mother, and she's informed me that she will be making those arrangements so we can get this matter behind us. Is that correct, Miss Nelligan? Oh, sorry, she's not there.
Counsel, I don't have her identified for the record, but what were those arrangements that were made?
She came in.
Gonna pay the rest of the balance.
Mr. Nelligan. Mr. Nelligan.
That's what I was told. She was gonna pay the balance that was left over.
That is correct, Your Honor.
She's paying the balance.
That's correct, Your Honor. But she may need some time to pay that whole balance off.
Well, I understand that. Mr. Nelligan, why aren't you making the payments?
Well, I'm currently sitting in jail and I don't have a job right now. And as soon as I get out, I can pay it myself, but she's gonna help me out and pay it for me in this matter until I can pay her back.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give until September. I'm going to indicate September 11th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If it's not paid in full, then you need to appear back in court, sir, at 10 a.m.
Okay.
Actually, let me clarify. It has to be paid in full by September 8th. If it's not paid in full, you need to be here September 11th at 10 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go off the record for a moment. Okay, so Mr. Gopal, that's Mr. Howe
Yes.
in Wayne County Jail, 8th floor. I can put the two of you in your breakout room.
I'm waiting for that, Your Honor. I'm ready to go do that too.
Okay, I'm gonna have you move to breakout room. Oh, you're still in breakout room 1, so let me just move. Okay, Mr. Howe, just join breakout room 1, please.
Thank you.
Is there, okay, you're welcome. Mr. Where's Mr. Serrano? Where's Mr. Serrano? Does anybody know?
He's walking in the courtroom right now, Judge.
Okay, thank you. There's somebody on here.
Your Honor.
Okay. I'm just waiting for Mr. Semke and we're gonna call Mr. Gant's matter.
Thank you.
Corey, is Chris out there so we can call Mr. Gant? If you happen to see him, thank you. Mr. Serrano, do you happen to know on Stanley, you're applying to Stanley?
Correct. I have the files right here.
Yes. I'm showing somebody trying to get in the breakout room, an attorney, Roger West.
He retained, Your Honor. I don't know. No one's contacted me.
I understand that. Can you talk to Mr. Stanley and ask him if he did, please?
Is he in custody?
No, not that oh, yes.
The prosecutor was in jail.
I think he is in custody. He is in custody. He's in custody. I'm just trying to figure out, is there a pending civil matter, do you know, or? Okay, all right, that's fine. So I'll just wait then until he jumps on there, until he jumps on.
Would you like me to join breakout room?
Well, I don't know, well, right now, I'm gonna handle Mr. Dean.
Okay.
You have the.
George Minnesota.
Where's the file for Mr. Dan? Is it possible? Taylor, do you have the file for Mr. Dan? Ms. Taylor?
Could you repeat that, Your Honor?
Do you have the file for Mr. Gant?
I do not, Your Honor.
Fine, it's right here. No, it's right here. Okay. Mr. Semke, I have it. I'm sorry? Have you already spoken to Mr. Semke?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, there's a lady here that would like to come up also.
No, Your Honor.
No, okay. Okay, and so. Okay, well, okay, we'll go on the record and. Okay, and did we already have any about the prosecutors from 33rd? Cordy was working on that. All right, we are on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus William Gant, 231617. And appearance, counsel?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Shepard, here on behalf of my client, it's time to send to the matter of attorney, so.
All right, Mr. Gant, if you can please
Yes, ma'am.
unmute.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
your name, please.
William Junior Campus.
All right, thank you. And today's date is scheduled for a pretrial in this matter. And counsel, I'm a little confused. I'm showing that.
Can I get a personal bond, please?
Hold on, sir. Sir, stop. You cannot interrupt me. Ma'am, you cannot interrupt, okay? So I understand. I'm aware of that. I can't have you interrupting because we have recordings and not everybody's identified. So Mr. Gant,
Yes.
I can't have you interrupt when one of us are talking, okay, please? All right. So counsel, is this after request to adjourn it?
Correct, Your Honor. It's my understanding I'm speaking with my client's sister that there may be some mental health issues. And furthermore, there was a competency exam taken within, I believe, 5 to 6 weeks ago through Lincoln Park. What I'd like to do is contact Lincoln Park and get a copy of the competency results to determine what the appropriate action will be. Because in this circumstance, I don't want to refer him for competency because I know how long it will take, especially if we have rather up-to-date result in a neighboring district court.
Correct, but the center is not doing those the competency evaluations for misdemeanors. Is there a pending felony in Lincoln Park?
No, Judge, it was, I believe that it was yet a matter through Frank Murphy as well as a Lincoln Park issue that a competency was necessary to be determined. And he was determined not competent and those matters were dismissed. But I do want to get the report, and whether I have to get it through district court or the Frank Murphy, I'll be able to track down those.
Okay, so it's not a pending report. You're trying to locate the one from a previous case, but
Correct.
it was recent.
Yeah, exactly, Your Honor.
I understand. Okay. All right. We will adjourn this matter to August 15th at 9:45 a.m.
We need to go to the hospital.
Okay. All right, anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Gant, we'll see you back on August 15th. Okay? Are you, his bond, hold on, his bond is currently 7,500, 10%, GPS and alcohol tether, no alcohol or drugs unless prescribed.
Can I get a personal bond, young?
No, sir, you're not gonna have a personal bond right now. I will indicate that you're to receive that will mark your file medical and you're to receive medical treatment.
At the hospital.
Thank you.
Well, sir, Wayne County Jail will determine that. I can't order them to take you to the hospital. I don't know what's going on over there right now, so. But I'm marking your file medical.
Hey.
All right, thank you. Okay. And then we're going to be off the record. And so, Mr. Howe, have you spoken with your attorney? Okay, let me unmute you, sir. Mr. Howe, can you please unmute? Okay, Mr. Howe, did you speak with your attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm just waiting for Mr. Lopez. Okay, let's bring them back in here. Oh, God. See if Mr. Boha is running on this route. All right, we're just waiting for your attorney to jump back in, sir, okay? And then, all right, in the meantime, we're going on the record in the matter of Latavia, the city of Wyandotte versus Latavia Wilson, 231127 A and B.
Ready, Your Honor. Attorney Corey Westmoreland, Craig on behalf of Ms. Wilson.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Wilson, please take a stand for the record.
Latavia Wilson. All right, good morning. Good to see you again.
Good morning.
All right, and so today is the date scheduled for the sentencing on these matters. And counsel?
That's correct, Judge. I did have an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report with Ms. Wilson. The only correct or addition that needs to be made is that she has since moved out of her mother's house and moved into her own place. I do have an address for you, but she did indicate to me that she did update that with the court. It just wasn't updated on the report.
Correct. Yep, we went over all that yesterday, at the hearing yesterday. So yes, thank you.
So at this time, Judge, I would simply just request that the recommendation be adopted on behalf of Ms. Wilson.
All right, and Ms. Wilson, I know you've been in the provisional phase of the treatment court and you're enjoying it so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're enjoying having you. All right, and so the court is going to adopt the recommendation. The court's going to indicate 24 months probation, not to violate any criminal law, any of government, not to leave the state without the consent of the court. You're to report truthfully to your probation officer, as often as your probation officer may require. And you notify probation immediately of any change in address or employment status. But your reporting will be to the treatment court, not general probation. And then you're to comply with all the terms and conditions of the 27th District Court Regional Wellness and Recovery Court. Okay, all right, as the fines and costs, the court's going to indicate a $300 fine, $100 screening assessment fee, $200 for cost of prosecution, crime victim assessment fee of $75, justice system assessment fee of $50, for a total of $725, plus a $640 for the treatment court oversight fees for a total of $1,365. And then I believe if you have not already, you are setting up a payment plan. So we are going to, I believe you're still awaiting employment, so we will set that up. I'll indicate that just to be set up through treatment court. The payments will be set up through treatment court, okay? Upon employment. Okay. Any questions? I know you've already been explaining a lot of stuff, so I feel like today was pretty much a formality. So, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. And then that was on count one. I did indicate, I forgot to indicate the allowed unlicensed driver. So let me just clarify. So those fines and costs were on count two. Allowed unlicensed driver on count one is a $200 fine. Crime victim assessment fee $75, justice system assessment fee of $50 for a total of $325. So your total is $1,690 is the total between both counts and the treatment court oversight fee, okay? So just so you know, when you're setting up the payment plan, once you do obtain employment, then that's the total, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you, and just have a seat over in probation, okay, Ms. Wilson? And so then they could just give you your probation order, okay? And then do you have to be important today or no?
I was supposed to have a drug screening today.
I'm sorry, you're supposed to what?
I was supposed to drop today.
Oh, that's right, okay, so then I will let Courtney know that you're here, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna go off the record for a moment. Mr. Goldpaw, are you ready to proceed on Mr. Howe?
You go.
You're muted.
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize. I didn't hear you.
Are you ready to proceed on Mr. Howe?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
All right, let's go on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Richard Howe, 231404. And appearance, counsel?
Your Honor, for the record, John Goldpaw, P 30758 on behalf of Mr. Howe.
All right, and Mr. Howe, your name, please, for the record.
Richard Lee Howe, Your Honor.
All right, today's the date scheduled for the pre-trial in this matter, and counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. As you've been, John Goldpaw, P 30758. As you've indicated, today was the date and time set for pretrial in this particular matter. I've had an opportunity to speak with both the prosecuting attorney as well as with Mr. Howe. And at this time, he would enter a plea as charged to public intoxication, understanding that there is a recommendation that this matter should be given credit for time served. He understands that is only a recommendation. He also understands that by entering into this plea, he'd be waiving certain constitutional rights, and which he understands would be waived once the plea has been accepted. Is that correct, Mr. Howe?
Yes, sir.
All right, please raise your right hand, sir. Mr. Howe, please raise your right hand.
Sorry.
Do you solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this man be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and I don't know why this picks on my voice, telling me to raise my hand. All right, and sir, you heard the plea that your attorney placed on the record, correct?
Yes.
As to the charge of public intoxication, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
And you've gone over your advice of rights with your attorney, correct?
Yes.
And
We're gonna listen if they yell.
you understand all of those rights, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You also understand by entering into a plea. Mr. Goldpaw, I can't have somebody in there speaking, please.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was just asking you to leave.
You understand that by entering into a plea that you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights.
Yes, Your Honor.
You also understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea, whether in this court, any other court, or administrative agency.
Yes, Your Honor.
You also understand that the recommendation for time served is only a recommendation. This court does not have to follow that recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
No, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, please go to your client.
Thank you. Mr. Howe, back on, I believe the date was June 11th of 2023. Were you in the city of Wyandotte?
Yes.
And did you come a point in time where you were at the major sports bar and then went on to the Dot bar?
Yes.
And were you drinking at that time?
Yes.
And did you come into contact with the Wyandotte Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And at the time then you came in contact with the Wyandotte Police Department, did you take what's referred to as a preliminary breath test?
Yes, I did.
And are you aware that those results were somewhere in the area of 0.24?
Yes, yes.
Did you indicate that while you were in public, you were highly intoxicated?
Yes.
Defense is satisfied, John.
The court is also satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea to count 1 as charged, and we will schedule this matter for sentencing.
Your Honor, if I may. With
Counsel, if
respect,
you're going to ask for immediate sentencing, I absolutely cannot do that today.
I am not doing that, Your Honor. Well, I guess I am. Mr. Howe is presently in the Wayne County Jail for a violation of probation, doing 90 to 120 days under Judge Slavin, also going to the judge, to the Jail Plus program. He's been successfully completing that so far. We are only asking that any sentence would run concurrent with that, so that
Okay,
even,
but counsel, and I can appreciate that, but I'm not doing sentencing today. I have a courtroom full of people I still need to get through. And I've been,
All right,
we've been
I
waiting
understand,
so
Joe.
we can get the jail done, because I know we have quite a few in the jail. So I don't even have the information that your client is in custody on a probation violation right now. So I'd have to have all this criminal history and stuff updated. So,
Thank you.
so I can appreciate your advocacy, but I cannot do that today. So let's set this for August 7th.
Your Honor, I'm going into surgery and I'm not going to be available on August 7th.
I understand that. I was just going to put it on a Monday.
Oh, okay.
So
That'll be fine, Your Honor.
when is your surgery, Mr. Gopal?
Next week from today.
Oh, okay, so.
Yeah.
All of your days in August are somebody else and not you.
But not all of them, but some of them. I expect to be up and about sometime after the 4th of August. I've already made certain arrangements.
Okay, so do you want me to put this on a day that you're on the docket?
No, that's fine, Your
August
Honor.
15th?
That's fine.
Well,
I think
I
a
mean, he's
Monday.
not going anywhere. If he's in custody on a probation violation, he's not going anywhere anyway, right?
That's true, Your Honor, but if the court, however the court wishes to schedule it.
All right, we're gonna do it on August 15th when you're here.
I should be
Because you're
back.
already-
I hope I'm better by then. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
August 15th at 9:30 a.m. And so,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Howe, I'm going to check with the jail right there to see if they want you to move to different computer or be phoned in for your PSI. So we're going to go off the record. Well, the court's going to indicate bonding conditions are continued, and the court's going to go off the record. Wayne County Jail. Deputy?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Howe needs a PSI. Would you like us to have him, would you like probation to phone in? Because I know that there's a couple more that you have, so I don't know how you want to handle it on your end.
Actually, Your Honor, he can handle it here, if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine. We'll have probation zoom in.
You want to put him in another room?
And then,
Okay, yeah, he can do it right here, Your Honor.
okay, and then we have Mr. Lateef, and do you have Mr. Stanley also?
I do. We have both of them.
Okay. All right, perfect.
And Your Honor, with Mr. Lateef, I need a breakout room with him.
Yes, I presumed so because he's in custody. And so, okay. All right, well, while we're waiting for that, let's handle Mr. Oh, there's Mr. Zonet. Okay, we're going on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Austin Doyle, 23953.
Good morning, Your Honor. Edward Zelenak for the defendant, Mr. Joe. Judge.
All right, good morning and good morning, sir. Your name, please.
Austin Doyle.
A little bit louder, please.
Austin Doyle.
All right, thank you. Today's the date scheduled for a final pretrial, also a bond violation. However, as of July 7th, there is a note on here to cancel the bond violation because he did appear.
He did both.
He did both what?
He expired and he appeared.
Oh, yes.
He tested correctly.
Okay, but it's also showing card expired. Did you claim you had a medical marijuana card?
Yeah, they have it on file. I didn't know it expired so quick. I actually just
I'm sorry, you just what?
I'm getting it for you out here.
Okay, well, let me just tell you this, sir, that before, because it's expired, when did it expire?
It was like a couple days ago.
Well, okay.
It's only June 30th, but I'm not sure, Your Honor, because I've never seen the card.
Was it before your first court date in June 6th?
Yeah,
It was before.
Oh, no, it was after.
After.
Yeah, I already turned it into the probation place.
Okay, but I don't have a copy of that. The court doesn't have a copy of that. So I'll need a copy of that. And If you are renewing it, then I certainly hope it's being renewed by a doctor that you have a relationship with.
Yeah, it's the same doctor that I got the last time for my scoliosis.
Okay, so somebody you have an ongoing medical relationship with, not just a random clinic doctor. Okay. All right, so just make sure that you submit proof of that to the court. Okay, or through probation. Okay. All right, so there won't be a bond violation hearing because that was canceled.
Don't panic, Judge. I don't think we're gonna have a trial, but we need to set it for a trial.
I don't panic.
I mean, the fact that I asked for a trial, I know that the prowess of.
Jury trial, I probably would have fallen over.
Yes, good.
Yes, okay. And so you want this to be scheduled for a bench trial?
Yes, Your Honor, and I presume there'll be a plea. As you know, he's on federal probation, and I think that the defendant misconstrues what would be a violation. I think a disorderly would be an appropriate plea to the misdemeanor. A disturbing offense, I'm sorry.
All right, but I thought there was supposed to be a conversation that you were having with his probation officer.
Haven't had that
the parole
conversation,
officer.
Judge. He's had a failure to communicate, but we'll get there.
Okay.
Or we'll take a plea, one or the other. We're not gonna drag this thing out the trial, but to move along the docket, so you don't think that I'm trying to exploit the dates here, we'd ask you to schedule for a bench trial. You signed a waiver of trial by jury. You understand those rights, is that right? And you're giving up all those rights that the judge is gonna ask you. You're gonna ask for a trial by the judge, not by 6 jurors, right?
Yes.
Guys, speak up.
Yes.
You have a loud voice amazing out there and here you
Okay. Mr. Gopal, please tab join for the breakout room, please. Sorry, I'm just moving people to breakout rooms. I heard everything you said. And so, Mr. Doyle, you understand you do have the right to have a jury trial, and you've been advised of that right.
That's right.
And as your attorney just indicated, you're agreeing to be tried by the court and not a jury of your peers. Okay, and you've had an opportunity to discuss all of the benefits and drawbacks regarding a bench trial with your attorney, correct?
Yes.
And with all that, you still want to have a bench trial?
Yes.
All right, the prosecutor signed off as well, and both you and your attorney have signed off, and we are in open court as required, so the court will indicate the court finds the defendant's been arraigned and properly advised of his right to a jury trial, has had an opportunity to consult with counsel, and his waiver to a jury trial has appeared in open court, and therefore we will schedule this matter for a bench trial.
Not, August 29th doesn't work. So, I know you don't stop that tomorrow.
Well, given our dockets, our 70% increase on our dockets, we might be there.
September 5.
Well, I don't want to go out that far. Okay, what about August 15th
Works for me, Judge.
at 1:30?
Yes, Your Honor. And if there's a problem, the officers might get overtime, then we'll accommodate the police and have to change the date or time, that's fine.
Well, okay.
I mean,
Hopefully that doesn't have to happen, but, all right, bonding conditions are continued, and please make sure that that failure to communicate has been corrected and that that's all addressed so that we can figure out what's going on.
We will, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Actually, hold on, let me just ask you one quick question, Mr. Doyle. If you were to test today, what's in your system?
I just cut back on it a lot since then.
Okay, well, you need to make sure that you provide your expired card and your prescription from your treating physician.
Okay. And I also did that drug test yesterday.
Okay, all right, very good.
I know, Your Honor, I was out of the country, he texted me and called me because he thought he'd never make it here in time before they closed the lab. Then he sent me a call early. It's all right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, have a good day. Okay, and then. Okay, let's go off the record. I just don't know. All right, we are on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Brian Harnos, 23663.
Morning, Your Honor, Michelle Actor, defendant's driver. Indicate your name in court, please.
Hello, Brian Harnoff.
All right, good morning. All right. And so I do apologize for your wait. Clearly, we've had busy docket with the Wayne County Jail today. And so today's the date scheduled for sentencing in this matter on your client's plea to an amended charge of operating visibly impaired. And the court will note, as I have every time that Mr. Harnos has been in court, the court knows Mr. Harnos that we, in fact, one of the organizations he volunteers with, I'm a part of as well. And do you want this court to continue the sentencing, or do you want the court to disqualify or transfer to another case or another court? Okay. All right. And so, counsel, as to the recommendation, are there any corrections that need to be made?
No corrections, no
I mean, the report.
deletions, no additions. He presented his current updated AA attendance sheet for the court to observe that he's been diligent since the date of the stop by the police department. Asked the court to only consider amongst the recommendations that he has outpatient treatment until discharged as opposed to a lengthy outpatient. He seems to have taken it seriously, done the steps necessary. Secondly, Your Honor, we'd ask that you consider 18 months probation, and that's all we have.
Okay. And so, Mr. Harnos, are you doing all of these on Zoom, or are you doing any in person?
Currently, all of those are on Zoom,
Okay.
1 to 2 a day.
All right. And so you've attended 88 meetings since May 5th,
Yes.
and you have 72 days of sobriety?
No, 72 days in a row of 8.
Oh, okay. All right. How many days of sobriety?
There's one since the arrest, and that was noted first time last year.
Okay. All right. And
Days of sobriety is probably 90 something.
Well, he called me on 60, so I know he's keeping track.
okay. All right. So I would encourage you to also make some in-person meetings,
Yes.
because I think that it's important for engagement to make the in-person meetings. I'm not discounting the online meetings, because it's still something that you're participating in. I think there's something to be said about.
I found them at the 6:30 a.m. meetings, the same group of people. One gentleman's 10 years in the program, and that's who I'm hoping is a mentor. That's it's a long.
Okay, all right, very good. All right. So the court did review the report, the recommendation, and the prior that you had, albeit it was 13 years ago, it was still a prior. And so clearly, you know, at to what point you are intoxicated and clearly shouldn't be driving. And if I recall correctly, there was somebody you went to go pick up, they had gotten into an accident or something.
Yeah, it was a woman stranded 4 blocks from the house. It was a terrible mistake.
Right, because you could have just walked there, but it was 4 blocks. So, all right, the court, after reviewing the report, the recommendation, hearing from counsel, hearing from Mr. Harnos, and the court does find that there's reasonable grounds to park MCL 769.5. The court will indicate that based upon the level of intoxication, as well as this being a second offense, although not charged as a second offense, the court finds that 24 months is appropriate right now. Obviously, Mr. Harnos can request early discharge, but I want to make sure that there's not rushing through just to be done and check off boxes, that you're engaging and participating to make life changes as opposed to just checking off boxes. And so when can be done with probation. So for that reason, the court's going to indicate 24 months probation. The court's going to indicate you are eligible for early discharge, and I'll go over that in just a few moments. Not to violate any criminal law of any of government. You're not to leave the state without the consent of the court. You are to report truthfully to your probation officer as often as your probation officer may require, in person, writing, or virtually. You notify your probation officer immediately of any change in address or employment status. You're not to use any alcohol or drugs unless prescribed to be subjected to random testing. The rehabilitative goal for that condition, so the court can monitor your progress in maintaining abstinence and sobriety. We'll note that you've been participating in random testing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so far it's all been negative.
Correct.
The court's going to indicate you to participate in outpatient substance use counseling. The rehabilitative goal for that condition is so that the court can, so you can have assistance in providing coping mechanisms so that you may maintain sobriety and prevent relapse, and hopefully prevent this matter from happening again. If it does, that's a felony, and that's even more sanction, more consequences. The court's going to indicate the armed weekend program. The rehabilitative goal for that condition is to help educate you about drug and alcohol use and their trust and coping skills, which hopefully will also help prevent you from having this matter happen again. The Med Victim Impact Panel, the rehabilitative goal for that condition is to increase your understanding of the dangers of driving while impaired and to educate you about the consequences of such actions. The court's going to also indicate fan meeting once per month. The rehabilitative goal for that condition is to help give you additional support during your recovery as well as additional recovery resources. That's held once a month. I believe it's the third Thursday. There's the one here for Down River, but I know based upon where you work that there's also Western Wayne as well. Okay. The court's going to also indicate 5 days on the court workforce. The rehabilitative goal for that condition to help further develop your work and life skills and give back to the community. And then the court will indicate mandatory incarceration for any violation of probation. Any questions regarding the terms and conditions?
No, Your Honor.
Maybe they can use his skills to work program, his other skills. I just want to make sure because he works a lot.
Okay.
It's fine with you. You're fine with
And we
it.
can work with the schedule and such, and
Thank
be
you.
scheduled out. Okay. All right,
Price and cost, Judge?
$300 fine, $100 screening assessment fee, $1,200 supervision oversight fee. That's $50 a month at 24 months. Since you are eligible for early discharge, up to $600 of that may not be due. $200 for cost of prosecution, crime victim assessment fee of $75, justice system assessment fee $50, workforce $200. It's 5 days at $40 a day. $21.25 is the total. You did post a $500 bond. Do you have any other monies to pay today?
That's pretty close.
Okay, so the total of $1,500 will be paid today. We apply the bond, which is a balance of $625. So we'll hold off on paying that other than the $25 to see where he's at the halfway point, because that'll pay off pretty much everything.
You got another $25 today, you don't have to come back, but except.
Okay, you're paying $1,525 today then? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and I'm going to have you have a seat over probation, and the court will indicate, as I did, that you are eligible for early discharge, as long as all the following have occurred. You've completed at least half of your original term of probation. All probation requirements have been completed. You've had at least 3 months without any violations, and all monies have been either paid in full or you've been in good faith effort for making full payment. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, good luck to you,
Thank you.
and you're on a good start with all of your meetings.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And we're gonna be off the record for just one moment. All right, we are on the record in the matter of the City of Wyandotte versus Katrina James, 231417.
Ready, Your Honor. David Bogart, on behalf of Katrina James, who is present standing to my right, Ms. James, please tell the court your full name.
Katrina Rose James.
All right, thank you. I do apologize for your wait today, counsel and Ms. James.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and so today's the date scheduled for the adjourned pretrial, and you've had an opportunity to meet with the prosecuting attorney, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. I had an opportunity to speak with prosecuting attorney as well as Ms. James on this. Prosecution has agreed to drop or dismiss the R&O and then exchange my client with plea to disorderly under 771.1.
All right, Ms. James, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this man the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, and you heard the plea that your attorney indicated, correct?
Correct.
And as to count 2 disorderly conduct, how do you plead? And you've gone over your rights with your attorney, correct?
Yes.
And you understand all of those rights?
Yes.
You also understand that by entering into a plea, that you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights.
Yes.
You also understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea, correct?
Yes.
You also understand what the 771 status is.
Yes.
And knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea?
Yes.
Has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
No.
All right, counsel, if you can please run to your client.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. James, on or about June 13th, were you in the city of Wyandotte?
Yes.
And at that time, were you being loud and disruptive?
Yes.
And if somebody were to have walked by, would their quiet enjoyment have been disrupted
Yes.
by your being loud and disruptive,
Yes.
Your Honor?
All right, the court is satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea to the amended charge, to count 2. Dismiss count 1 per the plea agreement. Take this matter under 771.1 if it's deemed you're eligible. And we will schedule this matter for sentencing. Does August 22nd work for you, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
At what time?
What time works for you?
Whatever's good for the court, Your Honor. I'm flexible that
Okay,
way.
would you like 8:45?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll do 8:45. And the court will indicate bonding conditions are continued.
And Your Honor, I do have a request.
Okay,
Your Honor, Ms. James has a tether on. It's been on since the 15th of June. She has not had any violations whatsoever. Your Honor, we would ask that that be removed. She is appeared at all occurrences at this time. And Your Honor, she does work out of state. And she would like permission to be able to, but she's an electrician that works out of a local 636 and 6 and 3 out of Pennsylvania near Pittsburgh. And she has continually done that for many years now. And we would ask that she be allowed to continue work.
okay. Has she been going back and forth to work right now?
No, Your Honor, she has not done that because she didn't want to violate any court order. She wanted permission from the court. I did tell her, Judge, that's on me. I did tell her that she needs permission from the court, and we will address that today. And that's why she hasn't done it.
Okay, all right, and so,
Pardon me for interrupting, Your Honor, but also with the tether, we didn't want any issues with the tether.
no, I understand. The court will allow your client to travel out of state for work purposes. She just has to supply submit something to the court regarding where she's going to be located, as well as the tether agent. And then that will not be an issue. I don't have a problem removing the GPS portion. Do you have 1 tether or 2 right now?
I have 2.
Okay, so I will remove the GPS tether, but not the alcohol tether.
That's fine.
I have concerns with her being out of state for work purposes, that there might be some enticement to consume alcohol. So the court
We
will.
understand that, Your Honor. Thank you.
So the GPS tether is removed. and the balance of bonding conditions are continued. And Yam, if you were to test today, what would be detected in your system?
Prescribed medications for my infections.
Okay, and you take that as prescribed?
As prescribed.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. Please have a seat over in probation. Somebody will be with you shortly.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Have a good
You and
day.
your staff have a good day.
You as well.
I've been, real busy today, so thank you again.
Yeah, well, when I'm not here for 2 Tuesdays is what happens apparently, so.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, and we're on the record in the matter of this, let's go off the record, hold on, just hold on. Mr. Gopal, are you ready on Mr. Latif? Well, I'm hearing you through the wall. I'm not hearing you, oh, there we go, now I hear you.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
yes,
so-
we are. We're ready to go.
I'm going to, oh, I'm sorry, is that Mr. Stanley? Hold on, Wayne County Jail, is that Mr. Stanley?
Yes, Your Honor, this is Mr. Stanley.
Okay, all right, Mr. Serrano, can you go back up to the device you were on before, and I will put the two of you into breakup?
Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm getting poor reception, so I'm gonna stay down here.
Listen to talk. Your Honor, I can walk in there and handle the sentencing on Mr. Latif, and Mr. Serrano can just use this if that'll make
That's
things.
perfect. That's perfect. In the meantime, I'm gonna call Mr. Colovis's matter because his is up for an adjournment, so.
Okay, I'll be right in, Your Honor.
All right, so let me put Mr. Gopal into, well, Mr. Serrano in a breakout room. One, and there you go. Okay. And Mr. Serrano, please make sure you're finding out from your client whether or not there's a civil matter or a family matter or something that his attorney would, that another attorney would have been present for Mr. West, I think the name was.
I will, Your Honor.
All right, just have joined. Okay, we're on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Travis Allen, 231462.
It's morning, Judge. If it's still morning.
Oh, it's still morning.
On behalf of Mr. Travis Allen, it almost sounds like a country singer. Might be the other way around, Allen Travis.
Well, you have two of them combined.
Right,
Yeah,
so-
so you got Travis Tritt or Allen Jackson, whichever one you want,
And
so,
here we are, Judge, standing before you live.
yeah. All right.
We might have his autograph on any advice of rights.
Okay, and so Mr. Allen, your name, please.
Travis Allen.
All right, thank you. And so today's the date scheduled for an adjourned pre-trial already, and now you want another one?
Your Honor, he had, I believe, court-appointed counsel. This is the first time that I see it before the court. Immediately when I was retained, I sent a pre-information act to get the video body camera, which does not lie like a fingerprint. And that's what we're waiting for. So they said they'll have that soon. I don't know what soon is, but we'll wait. August 8th would be a great day at 10:30. If that's good for the court.
That is not good for the court.
Well, we're gonna go by what the court says.
We can do, August 1st.
I have a jury trial that's for sure going in Oakland County that's overturned, so the judge says, put your nice shoes on and everything, get ready for a 3-day trial. So that starts July 31st.
August 15th.
August 15th in the morning is perfect.
Okay.
What time would you like to judge? I'm good all morning.
Well, I signed the discovery order, but it doesn't have the body worn cameras, doesn't have the officers' names listed.
I thought they did list that, they were talking about it. The prosecution.
Well, I'm not gonna write the names on, I don't know what, I wrote the wrong names on there, so I'm gonna give this back to you so that you can, just have it filled out and then you can make a copy and get a copy of it.
All right, great, thank you very much.
So we can do,
I know you got light days, so.
oh yeah, super light days. Okay. let's do, does 9 AM work?
9 AM is perfect.
Okay,
Is that okay with you? Thank you.
okay, so just make sure you're getting those officers' names so we can add, you can add that on there, and then we can make a copy, so you have a copy of that, of the discovery order.
That sounds good.
And just for further information, council, if you want discovery and you want to just contact the prosecutor, I'll sign a discovery order prior to appearing
Okay,
in court.
thank you. I
So-
appreciate that. I did get out FYA right away. So
Okay.
trying to cover all bases because I like to, this court likes to move its docket, and that's good because it helps the clients too.
I try to, but I feel like lately it's stalled. But okay, so the court will indicate binding conditions are continued, and then we will see you back on August 15th.
Okay, very good.
All right,
Thank you, Judge.
thank you. Have a good day. Don't leave without your discovery order.
I'll get it.
Okay, and let's see. Let's go off the record, shall we? Mr. Shanky's on, just, Ms. Crusoe or Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith? Mr. Gopal, I'm gonna handle one of the, we're running up jail now. Oh, we just. I'm just gonna handle the arraignment on this one, and then we'll handle Mr. Chief. What was that? You what?
I'm just reviewing.
Oh, okay, no problem. Okay. All right, we are going on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Valeria Smith, 231774 A and B. And counsel, your appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Shumke, appearing behalf of my client. This time we sent to the man being heard via Zoom as to arraignment to the formal reading.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Smith, your name, please, for the record.
Valeria Smith.
All right, thank you. And the court will waive the formal reading, enter a plea of not guilty for purposes of the arraignment. As to bond counsel.
Your Honor, as to bond, my client is a single mother. She is not in a position where she's going to indicate that let me rephrase, Judge. She will appear to any and all future court dates. She understands that the terms and conditions imposed are not just mere suggestions. I'd be respectfully requesting this personal bond, as I know our financials are limited at this time.
Okay, do you happen to be covering for Mr. Gopal on August 1st?
No, Your Honor.
We're still looking for somebody there.
Okay. Well. All right, we're gonna set this matter for August 1st, and I'll just indicate at 9:15 a.m. Mr. Westmoreland, this is the very back end. We don't have that about this. All right. Okay, we sure we don't. And Ms. Smith, who do you live with at the home?
I stay with myself and my 3 children.
Would you say you stay with yourself and your children?
Yes.
And where is it you work?
It's at my auntie's.
What's that?
I was at my auntie house.
Okay, where do you work?
Oh, where do I work? I recently lost my job. I was working at Magna Seating. I'm laid off right now. They're gonna hire me back, but they didn't tell me the day that they was gonna hire me back in. I'm recently laid off.
How long have you been laid off, ma'am?
It's been for a month now, since last month.
It's been for a month?
Yeah, they laid everybody off actually, but they haven't called me back in yet. They laid everybody off for 2 weeks. It's Magna Seating Detroit. It's a plant job, like.
Okay, and ma'am, did you go over your advice of rights?
Yes.
Okay, well, you didn't sign the document, you didn't completely fill out your income information as to whether or not you're employed or not. You only filled out your public assistance. So that's how you're supporting yourself right now is, and your children is through public assistance, you receive child support?
Yes.
Or you pay child support? Which one?
Receive.
Okay. Are you currently on probation or parole anywhere?
Yes, I just had gotten probation, but the case was still pending Friday when I called, because they said that it didn't roll over yet. I was supposed to call Monday, yesterday, to see if they assigned me to a probation officer.
I think she might have to do an investigation still, Judge, but she has a pending case that I believe a plea was negotiated. She's not been formally put on probation, so she's most likely in a bond status.
Okay, and which court is that on?
Wayne County.
Wayne County. Frank Murphy or 36th District?
36.
Okay, and so what is that charge?
It was domestic violence.
Okay, and so here's what the court's going to do. You're currently out on bond. You have a pending case, and now you have this one, and you don't even have a valid license, and yet it's alleged you were driving the vehicle. So. What's that?
I had just recently renewed my license.
When did you renew your license?
Last month.
It's showing you don't. It's showing you don't have a valid license right now, man. Oh no, now it's showing you have a valid license as of July 18th. So, okay, the court's going to indicate a $5,000 10% fine. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs unless prescribed. Then we'll see you back on August 1st.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And then this is the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Amir Latif, 231226 and 231278. And appearance, counsel?
For the record, 30758. Would the court allow me to sit?
That's fine, I just need you to speak up really loudly or move the microphone closer to you without putting any papers on it.
What's your name on the record?
Mr. Latif, your name for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you today? My name is Amar Latif.
All right, thank you, and good morning. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Okay, good. All right, and so today's the date scheduled for sentencing in these matters. And counsel, you have an opportunity to review the report and recommendation with your client.
Yes, we did, Your Honor. We went through the report, finally found out why he was ineligible for what's commonly referred to as 7411. However, this was requested under the state statute for a drug possession case, controlled substance, about 9 years ago. Other than that, there were no additions, deletions, or corrections to be made. I would only indicate that Mr. Latif, prior to this incident, was being employed. He has a lawyer and has been trying to take care of. However, incarcerated, which has been approximately 46 days. We are asking that the recommendation was for incarceration in both cases, as well as financing costs. and restitution of my place in the amount of $39 jointly and severally with 23-12-89, who I believe was his girlfriend that he was with at the time of the case in the 23-1-2-18 case. Other than that, Your Honor, we are asking for time served in this particular matter. He needs to be back out, so to speak. He's going to, his conviction will now result in a suspension of his valid driver's license. We understand that he now, once that suspension goes through, will not be able to operate a motor vehicle for a period of time. And as such, Your Honor, this is going to create even further hardship to his actions, but he understands that. So we're asking for time served in this particular. As I said, he's been incarcerated for approximately 46 days.
Okay, how long, Mr. Latif, how long have you been in the state of Michigan?
I've been in the state of Michigan for nearly a year now.
And what brought you to Michigan?
Family and employment.
And where is that employment?
At Tubby's Sub Shop in Dearborn.
And how long were you working there?
I want to say 8 months.
And did you stop working upon your arrest, or did you stop working before your arrest?
No, upon my arrest, Your Honor.
And so, but you had an interview at McDonald's in Wyandotte scheduled?
I did, because I didn't show up to work for the weekend that I was arrested before I bailed out, and I needed employment right away. So I set up an interview for that following Friday. I was released Monday, I believe, and I had an interview about 2 weeks later, on the 23rd.
Oh, that's right, you were
last
released on
month.
Sunday and you were rearrested on Tuesday.
That's correct, Your Honor. I do understand
Yes.
that.
And so you live on Rosemont, and you thought that it was that the closest McDonald's to work
No, Your
was the
Honor.
one in Wyandotte.
No, Your Honor. I currently live with my girlfriend in Wyandotte, at 527 Forest Street in Wyandotte. That's where I currently live.
Okay, so then why is that not listed in the report as a correction that would need to be made? Because it says you've been residing in Detroit for 1 year with your girlfriend.
I apologize, Your Honor, I should have picked that up.
Okay. All right, so that makes a bit more sense now.
Yeah, I've been residing there for maybe 3 months, Your Honor.
Okay, and I'm sorry. You receive benefits in the amount of $200 per month?
Yes.
And how long have you been receiving those?
I want to say when I first came here, I applied for food assistance. So about a year.
All right. And are you still on probation in Utah for your felony?
No.
No, how long was your probation?
I
Or
have,
did you serve time?
I have no idea. I believe it was probation.
All right, we have a warrant out for your arrest for false information to a police officer out of Dearborn because you failed to appear for that.
Your Honor, it wasn't false information. There was a misunderstanding between me and him. I misspelled, I spelled my name to him. Okay,
Okay, sir,
I understand.
I'm just letting you know that there's a warrant, and that's what the charge indicates.
I understand. I understand.
And so what is going on with your matter out, your felony matter that originated out of Dearborn for aggravated assault and assault with intent to do great bodily harm and less than murder?
That was dismissed that day I appeared in court.
And who was the complaining witness in that matter?
My brother.
Okay. Sir, I have some serious concerns. You have significant felonies from your time in Utah: possession or use of a controlled substance, driving under the influence of alcohol, assault against a police officer or military service member, aggravated assault, felony aggravated assault. Then you moved to Michigan and you're here less than a year, and you have a matter you failed to appear for in Dearborn, an assaultive felony matter, and now these two matters here in Wyandotte.
I understand that, Your Honor. That matter was dismissed for the assault. And you know, that was sorted out that day I went to court. And those charges were about 9 years ago. I did learn my lesson as far as that. You know, I've been holding down a job, you know, and taking care of myself for the past 9 years. I was young. I was probably 21 or 20 at that time. So.
And now you're 29.
Correct.
And you're still getting in trouble.
Yes, obviously. I can't deny that.
Okay. So based upon all that, here's what the court's going to do. The court's going to indicate that you're not eligible under Wyandotte Ordinance 25.136B. You have prior drug convictions, and also, and that says to case number 2312226. That's to 231278. The court finds that you're not eligible under 771 based upon your prior convictions. And the court does find the recommendations appropriate. The court's going to indicate "90 days jail on each matter to be served concurrent with credit for your time served." The court's going to indicate that that is $48 days. Well, 48 days is to 1226, and 46 days. Oh no, 40. $43 days adds to 1278 credit. And the court is going to indicate the following fines and costs. As to 1226, the court's going to indicate a $300 fine, $100 screen, assessment or the screening fee. Cost prosecution, $200. Crime victim assessment fee, $75. Justice system assessment fee, $50. Total $725. And as to 231278, the court's going to indicate I don't believe anybody here from my place bar. The court's going to indicate a $500 fine. Cost prosecution, $200. Crime victim assessment fee, $75. Justice system assessment fee of $50. $39.90 of restitution. Total of $86.49. That's not. $860.49. $864.90. The court's going to indicate, sir, upon your release, that you are to contact probation to set up a payment plan. I'm sorry, contact the court to set up a payment plan.
Understood, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with respect to the restitution, is that jointly and separately with the other case?
Yes. All right, anything else?
Just to be clear, Your Honor, that I understand everything. You recommended you sentenced me to 90 days with credit for time served and restitution of the amounts you mentioned on both charges.
Yes, so as to your first case you're receiving 48 days credit. As to the one that you picked up after you were released and rearrested, you're receiving 43 days credit.
Okay. And 90 days total on both charges. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
On the one case, you're going to serve 42 days. And on the other matter, you're serving 47. But they're running concurrent. So you have 47 more days to serve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Okay. All right, okay, let's go off the record. Ms. Medina, I know that you're here as well. I can't handle the jailers.
No, no problem, Your Honor.
Okay,
Nice to see you.
you as well. Okay. All right, so 842, I think that one's all done, and then we have, this is Mr. Stanley. Mr. Serrano, did you find out from Mr. Stanley if there would be a Roger West that would be interested in the proceedings?
Your Honor, Richard T. Serrano.
No, I'm not on the record yet. I haven't admitted this, this attorney.
I did ask him, you never heard of Roger West? He's not been served with any civil proceedings. Nothing initiated by him.
Okay,
What is it?
all right, well, let me see. Would you, I'm going to handle the one that's in the Wyandotte jail. Would you mind maybe giving this Roger West a call? Let me see, there's a
Attorney Roger West.
yes, and you should just be able to Google them up.
Do you have the number there, Your Honor? I just throw it quicker.
I don't, well, I mean, I guess I can Google it for you.
I mean, I'll do it, but I thought maybe you had something in the file.
No, I was indicating he's up there on the, he's waiting to get admitted into the meeting here.
For this file. For these files.
Yes, it has Kimberly Stanley versus Daryl Stanley. Is Kimberly Mr. Stanley, is Kimberly Stanley a family member of yours?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay, I don't know. I don't know where this attorney will be located, so I'll have to give him up there. So here, well, I mean, I'll let him in, hopefully it's not a bomb, a Zoom bomb.
I believe I do recall Mr. West.
Now you recall Mr. West? Okay,
I didn't recognize the name at first, Your Honor.
okay. Does somebody have a phone out in here? I just heard some music. Is somebody, everybody's phone should be on silent and not on it while court's in session. All right, so we are going on the record, the matter of the state of Michigan versus Rosemary Caruso, 231-778. And Officer Sparway, I'm going to ask you to please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And if you could please state and spell your first and last names for the record, officer?
Yeah. Officer Cade, Barwick, Barwig.
Okay, that's CADEBARWIG. The audio isn't fantastic right now. It doesn't appear to be. Okay, you may proceed on the warrant.
On Monday, July 17th, 2023, at approximately 21:05 hours, Officer Cox, who was off duty, observed a blue Dodge Ram bearing Michigan plate 5 Nora Mary Henry 98. Officer Cox observed the Dodge Ram turning off of Lincoln Street in the city of Wyandotte to drive eastbound Goddard. When the Dodge Ram turned onto Goddard, it turned directly in front of Officer Cox, cutting him off. Officer Cox followed the Dodge Ram and observed multiple traffic violations and contacted Officer Agro, who was on duty at the time working for the City of Wyandotte Police Department. Officer Cox relayed to Officer Agro that the Dodge Ram was now northbound on Biddle from Goddard. Officer Agro observed the blue Dodge Ram in the left lane of Biddle stopped at the St. John's traffic signal. Officer Agro indicated the Dodge Ram had a defective equipment violation. When the traffic signal turned green, the Dodge Ram turned into the Shoppers Valley Market located at 750 Biddle in the city of Wyandotte. Officer Agro followed the Dodge Ram into the parking lot and initiated a traffic stop by utilizing his emergency lights. Officer Agro observed a female with blonde hair exit the driver's door. The female is later identified as the defendant, Rosemary Nancy Caruso. While speaking with Caruso, Officer Agro observed several clues of intoxication as she had an odor of intoxicants and her speech was slurred. Officer Agro asked for Caruso's identification. Caruso searched her purse for an extended period of time and was unable to locate it. Caruso's identification was later found in the same purse by officers. Officer Agro asked Caruso to conduct standardized field sobriety tests. Caruso agreed to attempt the test. Throughout the test, Caruso showed several clues of intoxication. Officer Agro asked Caruso to submit to a portable breath test, and she agreed to take the test. The results of the PBT were 0.23. Officer Agro placed Caruso under arrest for operating while intoxicated. Caruso was transported to the Wyandotte Police Department, where she became disorderly and refused to cooperate with the procedure. While Officer Gardaki was reading Caruso her chemical test rights from the DI 177 form, Caruso continuously interrupted. When Caruso was asked to submit to a blood test, she refused. Officer Agro completed a search warrant for Caruso's blood. It was signed by Magistrate Mastro Giacomo. Caruso was transported to the Wyandotte Henry Ford Hospital, where registered nurse Nick Travis entered with the blood kit. Registered nurse Caruso's left arm, one at 22:18 hours and the other at 22:19 hours. The blood kit was sealed and sent to the MSP lab, and Caruso was transported back to the Wyandotte jail. Caruso's lien shows 2 prior OWI convictions, August in 2013 in Detroit and October 2005 in Woodhaven.
All right, thank you. What is the finding offenses charged were committed and there's probable cause the defendant committed those offenses? And counsel, your appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Christopher Secretary, as my client consenting to the matter heard via Zoom. As to the arraignment, we'll wait formal reading. My client stands being.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Caruso, please stand up and state your name for the record.
Hi, Rosemary Caruso.
All right, thank you. The court will waive the formal reading. Ma'am, you do have the right to have an attorney. If you cannot afford one, the court will appoint one to represent you. And in fact, you've had an opportunity to meet with an attorney today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to have a trial by a judge or by a jury. You also have the right to remain silent. Anything you say orally or in writing may be used against you in court. Do you understand those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the court's going to enter plea of not guilty on your behalf, schedule this matter for probable cause conference on July 27th at 9:40 a.m. And counsel asks to bond.
Your Honor, as to bond, my client indicates she will appear in all future court dates, obviously. Position. However, she does reside with her two children, ages 17 and 18. She is on public assistance. We would respectfully request any leniency this honorable court can consider. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. Ma'am, you don't work?
Not right now because I've been having liver appointments and stuff like that. I got a lot of health issues going on right now. And I blow every single day also for Southgate. And it was just a mess up.
I'm sorry. Let's back up for a moment. You're on what every day for Southgate?
She's on probation, Your Honor, in Southgate for a disorderly person. She was scheduled to get off in August, but she indicates she was for alcohol daily.
Oh. Okay. Was alcohol involved in your matter in Southgate?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Your matter in Southgate, was alcohol involved in that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so, I'm sorry, you don't work because you have health issues?
Yeah, I got a lot of health issues going on right now. I do clean houses, but it's all like pretty much cash that I get. And I just wanted to say that I'm really sorry.
So then you work, hold on please, so then you're working?
Here and there, yes.
Okay. And so, ma'am, your health issues must not be that significant if you're able to do physical labor and clean houses.
Yeah, I got liver failure right now. I got some other stuff going on with my seizures and stuff like that. So, but I still continue to take my medicine and, you know, clean a couple houses and do what I have to do.
And so, ma'am, I'm going to venture a presumption that your liver issues and your seizures are from alcohol consumption, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so just so you're aware, there are many people that have the same conditions you have that still work. I don't know how you support yourself and your two children.
Right now, I'm on disability also, Your Honor.
Okay, you don't have that listed on here either.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
And how long have you been receiving disability?
How long have I been receiving it?
Yes.
About 7 years.
All right, and you're currently on probation for an alcohol-related offense. This is your third alcohol-related offense. And even though you're blowing every day with the 28th district court, that doesn't seem to be enough to prevent this incident from happening again. The court's taking into account the fact that you're currently on probation. This is your third alcohol-related offense. The court's going to indicate a $10,000, 10% bond.
Why?
In the event you post bond, you're not to be released on an alcohol tether. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs unless prescribed.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Is there any way that you could give me a personal bond? I don't have $1,000 right now. And today's, I want to spend with my kids, it's my birthday, and I want to be sober.
Ma'am? Oh, today is your birthday. Oh, well. Happy birthday. But no, the court's not amending your bond. You're currently on probation where you're not allowed to consume any alcohol. It's alleged you've consumed alcohol at a high level, I may add, at a 0.23 is what it's alleged. At this point anyway. And this is your third alcohol related offense. So for the safety of the public and yourself, the court's indicating a monetary bond and an alcohol tether so that may be some motivation to follow the court's orders. The court will mark your file medical. And we'll see you next Thursday.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, and we are still on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Daryl Stanley, 231-677 and 231-685. Mr. Serrano, where's Mr. Serrano? Thank you.
What kind of update do you need?
I'm back, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And counsel, your appearance, please.
Your Honor, good afternoon or good morning. Richard T. Serrano appearing on behalf and with my client, Daryl Stanley, presently in custody. This being the date and time set for pre-trial.
Thank you. Mr. Stanley, can you please unmute and state your name for the record?
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Daryl Stanley.
All right, thank you. And Mr. West, did you contact Mr. West?
Yes, I just got off the phone with him, Your Honor.
Okay.
He's gonna stand by silently, he told you to, but.
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Okay. Okay, and so Mr. West, if you can just state your name and P number, please, for the record.
Your Honor, Roger West, P41391. I was here on the matter of Kimberly Stanley versus Daryl Stanley and landlord tenant matter.
Oh, that's right. We didn't set that up for today. We haven't handled that one. Oh, no. We were supposed to. Okay, I recall something about that because he
signed the consent for
to move items out of the house.
Oh, excuse me?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, well, he let me see. He signed the consent to be out by the 21st. And so I was here to monitor, see what happens, and let my client know and see what the course of action should be as far as his personal property.
That's correct, because I did not enter the writ to occur on the 17th, knowing that Mr. Stanley was in custody and not able to relocate his items. I do recall that. Okay, so alrighty. So you're just observing to see what's happening.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. All right, and so counsel, you've had an opportunity to speak to the prosecuting attorney regarding these matters.
Yes, Your Honor, we've pre-tried the matter and we've resolved it. My client has been advised of all his constitutional rights, he understands them. And Your Honor, he will be pleading guilty. There are two separate files. One, he's going to plead guilty to public intoxication. That's the 1685. And then that's a separate dismissal of the public intoxicant will be by the prosecutor.
Okay.
And then the other file, 1677 suffix, public intoxication, he will be pleading as charged. We're ready for the court's examination.
All right, Mr. Stanley, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear from the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, and this update on Zoom is annoying me. And every time I tell somebody to raise their hand, it raises my hand automatically on the Zoom. Okay. And so, Mr. Stanley, you heard the plea that your attorney placed on the record, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And as to 231-677, the matter from July 5th, the public intoxication, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
As to the count 2, open alcohol on the July 7th matter from 231-685, how do you plead?
Plead guilty, Your Honor.
And you've gone over your advice and rights with your attorney, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand all of those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And knowing all of that, you understand that you're, by entering into a plea, you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights.
Yes, Your Honor.
You also understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea in these matters.
Yes, Your Honor.
And knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
No, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, if you can please body your client.
Mr. Stanley, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm taking you back to July 5th, 2023. Were you in the city of Wyandotte in a public place?
Yes, sir.
At that time, did you have contact with police?
Yes, sir.
And prior to that contact, had you been drinking a significant amount of alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Were you intoxicated?
Yes, sir.
Satisfied?
The court has also satisfied the plea as knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate as to both matters. The court will accept your plea of guilty as to both matters. And
Your Honor, sorry to interrupt. The other matter is an open intox, Your Honor. They're dismissing the public intoxication on 1685.
right, that's what I said. I said I was accepting the plea on both matters.
And then establish a factual basis for the.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I heard you talk about that. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Stanley, on or about July 7th, 2023, approximately midnight, were you in the city of Wyandotte in a public place?
Yes, sir.
And you had contact with the police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had an open beer in your hand, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
I'm satisfied, Your Honor. It's all matters.
Okay, the court has also satisfied the plea as knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate as to the open intox 231685. And the court's going to schedule these matters for sentencing. We do August 9th. Well, August 2nd, I'm sorry, August 2nd.
Correct, I hear you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I address the issue of bond?
At 9:45 a.m. Bond is currently 7,500, 10% with alcohol tethered through the Wayne County Jail on 1685, and 5,000, 10% with alcohol tethered through Wayne County Jail on 1677.
Your Honor, my client's not going to be able to post those significant bonds. He's telling me he's been in custody 13 days on these matters. Nothing pending. He's on probation or parole. I don't think he's going to be able to make the eviction order to get his property out if the court keeps him in custody. But it's in the court's discretion, of course. We ask to be released on a alcohol tether continue, Your Honor. My client has no objection to that. He wants to get help. But, Your Honor, if he's in custody, he cannot do anything else. He's also fearful that he's going to lose his job that he's had for some years now, full-time job.
And that job is where?
I forgot, Your Honor. Where are you working, sir?
Pro Shine Express in Southgate, Your Honor. Sir.
How long have you been there?
I haven't been there that long. I've only been there a few weeks, but previous to that, I was steadily employed for 14 years. I had to switch.
Where were you steadily employed for 14 years, sir?
JS Big Construction, Your Honor.
Sir, you have a significant issue with alcohol, it appears. You have an operating while impaired from 2018. Then you have disturbing the peace and disorderly person on the 28th District Court, which I'm presuming involved alcohol, to which you were sentenced to 15 days in jail in June, and then you got out. And it appears we're only a couple days before you got in trouble again with drinking.
Yeah, that's when I got out and got got employed at ProShine Express, and I got a new doctor and I got on new medications that I just recently started, Your Honor. And I also started taking therapy for the first time in my life, trying to get on the right track, Your Honor.
Mr. Stanley, are you doing the therapy voluntarily or are you ordered by a court?
I am not ordered by a court. I went to therapy voluntarily for the first time in my life, and I'm on I got a new doctor, and I'm on new medications voluntarily, sir.
Okay. And sir, you were arrested on July 5th and you were released, and then you were rearrested for the same offense and an additional one 2 days later.
Yes, Your Honor.
So and you were just in custody for a similar type of offense in Southgate.
Yep.
And you want me to grant a personal bond and hope that you're not going to reoffend in the meantime.
That's why we asked for the alcohol tether.
And sir, in the event that the court doesn't on the bond, where are you going to live?
I'm hoping I can move with a friend in Lincoln Park, but I haven't been able to contact him. I plan on contacting him as soon as I'm released.
Okay, do you have contact information for that friend?
At home,
So here's the predicament, is that, well, I mean, at this point, Mr. Stanley is not ordered out of the house yet, but he is as of Friday. We don't have any information as to where he's going to go if he fails to appear. So here's what the court's going to do. The court will amend the bond on 1685 to be $2,500 10% bond. So with the Wayne County Jail alcohol tether. And on 231677, the court will amend the bond to be a $2,500 10% bond.
Thank you.
Still with the Wayne County Jail alcohol tether. All right, and so sir, I'm going to see if probation can zoom in or call in at a different time to determine whether or not for an interview from you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're gonna be off the record. Wayne County Jail. Is the deputy walking in there, sir? Okay. Wayne County Jail, so he's up for sentencing. I think we just said August 2nd. But we have to do a PSI. Do you want probation to call in, or do you want to keep him on this camera, or what do you want to do? Mr. Stanley needs to have a PSI done for his sentencing date. He just entered into a plea. Do you want probation to call in, or do you want to keep Mr. Stanley on the camera and I can have probation zoom in and put them in a breakout room? What's that?
You can do it right now. That's fine.
Okay, that's fine. All right, I'll have probation zoom in, please. Oh, he's, okay, all right. Okay, Ms. Medina, I'm going to handle yours, and I'm gonna have to take a quick recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and then we are going to be on the record in the matter of the City of Wyandotte versus Mario Camarena Hernandez, 231188 A and B. And I see two other people up here with you. So your appearance, counsel?
Kristen Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Camarena Hernandez, Your Honor, the reason why there are two individuals up here is this is Mr. Camarena Hernandez. He is my client. He has retained me to represent him. This is Mr. Camarena Hernandez's cousin. Mr. Camarena Hernandez is deaf mute, Your Honor, but they do not practice the traditional sign language. They have within their family their own sign language, so a dialect or a subset of sign language. He doesn't understand American Sign Language, so this is the way their family communicates, unfortunately, or I guess for, again, in their life circumstance, their family, that is something that's pretty common throughout their family and something that they've dealt with, I guess, internally as a family, Your Honor. So she's here for communication purposes. I wasn't sure how else to handle it.
That makes two of us. Because
Trying to throw a wrench in before your
Post.
recess.
because we're supposed to have a certified interpreter. And,
I think the thing is, if there was a sign language interpreter, he wouldn't understand full disclosure. Ms. Mercado is also my assistant at the office, but that's no relation, no conflict, no issue.
okay, and I don't mean to sound ignorant, but I guess I didn't realize sign language would be different for different languages.
Yeah,
I
well,
presumed it was,
it isn't because of the Spanish language, it's just because they never learned formal sign language. It's just something that they communicated within their household. It's like a.
did they communicate legal terms within their household? I'm so confused how that's going to even go.
Your Honor, I don't know specifically, I just know that if somebody came and spoke sign language to Mr. Camarena Hernandez, he wouldn't understand that. He doesn't understand that. He doesn't speak sign language, but he's definitely completely deaf mute.
Okay, well, I'm going to take a brief recess because I need to confer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How to handle this.
And you just let me know, and we will be on standby.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and I'm sorry I was routine yesterday,
No,
so.
no
I would have
worries.
addressed this differently or
No.
prior to.
No worries, okay. All right, so we're gonna go off the record. Okay, yes,
Thank
Mr.
you, Your
Gopal,
Honor.
you're welcome.
On a somewhat related matter, I was just given a file
Okay,
which needs an interpreter. I have talked to,
what?
I talked to, and I talked to Billy Joe. We're going to be requesting an adjournment of this matter, not only for someone here who can at least explain the purposes of the adjournment, rather than trying to track down an interpreter.
So just call language line, well, what's the language?
Well, it's Spanish.
Okay, we would just call language line.
Because he is charged with driving on a suspended license. He has an international license, which is still good. And so Billy Joe.
Is that your
needs
phone?
some time. Who it is, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, well, let me hand out, see, I'm handling this one, and then I'll.
Okay.
handle
I
that
just
one.
want to bring that to your attention.
Okay, got it,
Thank you, I'm sorry for the phone ring.
What up, little girl? You're here all week? Just here just today? Oh, I know that. You go to Cedar Point this year? Have you been to Cedar Point ever? Yeah. What'd you do this year so far? Disney World, Virginia Beach, California, somewhere. Not this year though. Your father's not taking you nowhere this summer? Yeah. Oh man, I want to go to Florida. Yeah. I want to go see Grandma's burial, man. Haven't been able to go see her since she passed away. I've been on probation, but I don't know when July was coming. But there's
Ms. Taylor, can you please unmute? Just because, since we're gonna be doing it a little bit unconventionally, I just need to, so we have her on here. Okay, so we are going to go on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Mario Camarena Hernandez, 2311880, I'm sorry, 11888A and B. Council, your appearance again for the record, please.
Crystal Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Camarena Hernandez, Mr. Camarena Hernandez has retained me to represent him, Your Honor. He is present today. For the record, Mr. Camarena Hernandez is deaf-mute, Your Honor, and my understanding is that he does not understand or speak or use the traditional American Sign Language. I do have his cousin here who frequently assists him in terms of communicating. They have been communicating in this way for 30+ years, their whole life, Your Honor. And present in the courtroom is also his mother in support of Mr. Camarena Hernandez.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Taylor, I know this is a bit, I'm sorry, Council, Ms. Taylor, can you please place your appearance on the record?
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Billy Joe Taylor on behalf of the people, City of Wyandotte.
All right, thank you. And so I know this is a bit unconventional, but if we were to get, and I know the court rule requires a certified interpreter, however, if we were to get a certified interpreter, it doesn't appear as though Mr. Camarena Hernandez would be able to understand it. Do you have any objection to his family member being the interpreter today because of this specific circumstance?
The people have no objection, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So, Madam, I'm going to just call you Madam Interpreter if you don't mind. If you can please state and spell your first and last names, but I need you to be very loud and into the microphone, please.
Laura Mercado, Laura. Mercado is Mercado.
Okay, please raise your right hand. I'm going to ad lib, so if I miss something, let me know.
Translating from English, Spanish,
Okay.
Spanish to English to the best of your ability.
Yes.
Something like that.
This is sign language, so I gotta switch that. Okay, do you solemnly swear for to translate from verbal to sign language and sign language to verbal to the best of your ability?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, thank you. Are you satisfied, Ms. Medina?
I am satisfied, Your Honor.
Ms. Taylor, are you satisfied?
I am satisfied, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sure I'm making some mistakes along the way, but in any event.
And I'm gonna try to be as, I guess, succinct as I can, and you can go ahead and start trying to communicate all of that. So Mr. Camarena, are we all clear?
Yes, and just please, when you communicate, and if he has a question, you can't just communicate between the two of you. You have to pause that and let the court know what the question is. Okay? Okay, so as to the arraignment, and let's go slowly so she can translate back and forth. Okay.
So, Your Honor, with regard to the arraignment, we would waive formal reading and stand mute. Cheers. Actually. Okay.
The court will waive the formal reading, enter a plea of not guilty. For the purposes of the arraignment, and then as to the pre-trial counsel.
Your Honor, we did have an opportunity to pre-try this matter. I do believe.
Pause so she can hear. Yeah.
Okay, so I do believe, we did have the opportunity to pre-try this matter. I'm hopeful that we will have a resolution at the next pre-trial. I am asking for a brief adjournment to obtain review discovery and to just discuss the potential offer, Your Honor. And like I said, I was just retained yesterday, so I've got just a little bit of time, Your Honor.
All right, and so does August 15th work?
Your Honor, August 15th, as of right now, yes, that does work. What time would that be, Your Honor?
What time works for your calendar?
Your Honor, if we could set it for the afternoon, that's probably better, because I'm less likely to have conflicts if the court has an afternoon docket and is willing to do that.
Well, we typically keep our afternoon dockets for bench trials. I think we just set one with Mr. Zelnok today at 8:15.
Okay,
So
so
can we do
then-
11:30?
11:30 is perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Okay, and then as to bond.
Your Honor, we would be asking for a personal bonds in this case. Mr. Camarena Hernandez, did retain me. He is here with, again, the support of his mother, Your Honor. He understands he should not be driving without a valid license, Your Honor. He has taken this matter very seriously. He's not currently on probation or parole anywhere. It's non-assaultive, the allegations in this case, and I would ask that the court consider a personal bond.
Okay. What's that?
I apologize, I'm just adding this to my calendar. I'm not doing anything.
Oh, no worries,
I'm
no
adding
worries.
this to the calendar.
So Mr. Camarena Hernandez, I don't think it's even safe for him to drive a vehicle. There's a siren or something. I mean, does he not? I guess here's my question.
He is completely
Okay. And so if he,
Okay, but she has, okay, so he,
He's the fourth person in his family that's deaf mute. So one of the older brothers has had a bunch of testing done to see what the reason is, because it's 8 children, before them are deaf mute. And they don't hear, but they feel like the vibrations. So I've seen it with his other brothers and stuff, especially when we were younger. I don't know, but they just feel the siren, so they know something's coming. So they're constantly like looking, but it's like a feeling, not a sound.
but either way, without a valid license, Your Honor, we should, yeah.
okay.
Thank you.
And I understand that when, certain senses aren't available, then other senses are heightened, correct. Okay, and so how did Mr. Camarena Hernandez get here today? No, I need you to ask him, and he needs to answer.
Okay.
No, he said no, he didn't drive because he doesn't have a license. I drove him in here.
Okay, I presume that's what it was, but I needed him to be the one to say that. So, okay, and if he were to test today, what's in his system?
Nothing.
Okay. All right, the court's going to indicate a $2,500 personal bond.
No,
Possess and consume any alcohol or drugs unless prescribed.
Keep my own side, I would take note.
And no driving. Okay, and we will see you back on August 15th.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I appreciate
Thank
you
you.
and the court. It was nice seeing you also.
Okay,
It's been a while. Nice
Thank
to
you.
see you. Take care of yourself. Okay? Nice talking to you, my friend. I'll see you next time, okay? I'll be nice to you.
I don't know where to start, but
We're already on that one.
yes, we have one. Mr. Shanky seems to have 10.
Yes, if you may take it off, thank you.
Okay. Oh, I didn't, did I sign that? Okay, sorry, I missed it in the file.
I appreciate
I
it.
was looking for it and I missed it.
That's why I'm here, Judge.
Thank you. That's exactly why you're here.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we are going to go on the record in the matter of the City of Wyandotte versus KDW 231156 A, B, and C.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Your Honor, John Goldfarb, P. 30758 on behalf of Ms. Dudley. Ms. Dudley, please put me on the record.
All right, thank you. And today's the date scheduled for the arraignment pretrial in this matter. And as to the arraignment counsel.
Now she stand mute to the charges, waive or formal reading of those charges, and yes, if not guilty, be entered on those charges.
All right, the court will waive the formal reading, enter plea of not guilty for purposes of the arraignment. And as to the pretrial counsel.
Your Honor, I've discussed with Ms. Dudley the constitutional rights. By entering into a plea, she'd be waiving some of those constitutional rights. I discussed this matter with Ms. Taylor. It's my understanding that in return for a plea of guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and to responsible to double parking and responsible for no proof of insurance, that'd be much more serious charges than driving while license suspended, as well as the no proof and the improper plates will be dismissed. Explain this to her. At this point in time, Ms. Dudley wishes to avail herself of that opportunity. That's correct.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I need you to be much louder, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You're the plea that your attorney just placed on the record, correct?
Yes.
And as to the amended charge of allowing a unlicensed driver to drive, how do you plead?
Guilty.
As to the amended charge of double parking, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Responsible or not responsible?
All
I'm sorry?
responsible.
As to the amended charge of no proof of insurance, how do you plead?
Responsible.
And gone over your rights of rights, correct?
Yes.
And you understood all of those rights.
Yes.
Do you also understand that by entering into a plea that you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights?
Yes.
And you also understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea, whether in this court or any other court or administrative agency.
Yes.
And knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea.
Yes.
And so, counsel, can you please vote your client?
Thank you. Ms. Dudley, on May 26th of 2023, were you at the city of Wyandotte?
Yes.
And there come a point when were you operating a motor vehicle at that time?
Yes.
Did there come a point in time when you came in contact with the Wyandotte Police Department?
Yes.
And at the time that you came in contact with them, did you provide them with a valid driver's license?
No.
In other words, you were allowing yourself to drive knowing that you did not have a valid driver's license. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thanks for satisfied, Your Honor.
All right, the court is also satisfied that the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea to the amended charge, dismiss the original charge per the plea agreement, and counsel asks the sentencing.
Your Honor, we ask for immediate sentencing at this point in time. She's been going through the process of trying to get her license back. There was a mix-up in the original scheduling. She made a egregious mistake when she drove. It was her mother's car. Her mother is now legally blind. She was trying to get the vehicle fixed so it could be resolved. Not the greatest thing she's made. She's contacted the Secretary of State, and she has another hearing scheduled. I'm sorry. Driver's reassessment. Excuse me, not Secretary of State. Driver's reassessment hearing either on August 8th. We're asking for cost and fines in this particular matter.
Where is it you were driving this day, ma'am?
I was driving the vehicle to a friend's house so I could park it there. And I was gonna fix the vehicle and sell it because my mom's had a terrible accident, is legally blind, and needs funds to help with getting, care and things like that for her.
So where was the vehicle, where did the vehicle start?
The vehicle started all the way in Waterford.
You want to answer about this?
Yes, absolutely.
Then I held his residence.
So why didn't your brother drive it down to
My brother was not home, he traveled for work, he was at the auto show. The car needed to be moved out of the front lawn as it was ticketed by the city. So it needed to be moved and I was the only person. It was my mother and I did make a mistake. I really regret it, but
Okay. And why are you suspended?
I'm suspended for not going to my driver's reassessment. I had a date mix up and they suspended my license for that. I have since been there and spoke with the woman, told her about this in the 4 days, so she's postponed my driver's reassessment.
And how did you get here today?
I have a driver.
Who's your driver?
He's a
I'm thrilled to be here so long today. So I do apologize for that.
Have that discussion.
Yes. This is what happens when I take a vacation. I don't have a docket for 2 Tuesdays. Sorry about that. Okay, so, all right, the court's going to indicate on the allowed licensed driver to drive $200 fine, $100 cost, crime victim fee $75, justice system assessment fee of $50. Then the double parking is $200. No proof of insurance is $175. $700 is the total between all three. That's what I think that the math is, but let me confirm that.
It's my understanding, Your Honor, that she does have $200 to pay today.
Yes, ma'am.
And we need a payment plan for the down.
Oh, I. Oh, it's $800. I apologize. Number one, sorry. Okay. You have $100?
No, I have two.
200, I'm sorry.
No, it's
All right, $200 today. $600 balance. Can you pay, do you want to pay monthly or do you just want a date to pay the $600?
am I able to pay it like every week?
You can do that too. So how about I do this? How about I say that by September 8th, would that be doable?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'll just say by September 8th. You can either pay it weekly or you can just wait and pay it all September 8th.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right. All right, just have a seat in the lobby outside and somebody will do you shortly. All right, thank you. All right, have a good day. All right, off the record. You're all set, Mr. Goldbaum?
I believe I am, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank
then
you.
you're back on Thursday, right?
I'll be back on Thursday, following around.
Doesn't seem as though physical therapy helps. It seems like it
It
hurt.
didn't, Your Honor. I went to, in fact, I talked to, I know you have a busy docket here. It didn't, I went to see the sports doctor and it was all. Plus, a week before I saw him, I went to Beaumont, emergency for pain. Shooting more x-rays, it's all going on the right side. So I scheduled hip surgery and that's on next Tuesday.
Okay, well, I'll see you Thursday, but.
This Thursday, yes.
Yes.
And not the following.
Good luck with that, yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience.
All right, thank you. Okay, we are on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Anthony Carmona, 231002.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Chris Pershenki appearing on behalf of my client with approaching the podium.
Okay, he is approaching the podium. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Carmona. I apologize for your wait today. Your name for the record, please.
Anthony Carmona.
All right, thank you. Today is a date scheduled for the adjourned pretrial and counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to pre-try the matter with prosecution. Reviewing my client's lack of criminal history, he is an eligible candidate for 771, so he's prepared to tender a guilty plea for public intox with the understanding there'd be consideration for that eligibility.
Okay, I showed disorderly under 771.
I'm sorry, Judge, yes, and that it was amended to disorderly under the 771. Yes, thank you, Judge.
Okay. Okay, and so Mr. Carmona, if you can please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you heard the plea that your attorney placed on the record, correct?
Yes, I did.
And as to the amended charge of disorderly conduct, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And you've gone over your advice of rights with your attorney, correct?
Absolutely.
And you understand all of those rights.
Yes,
You also understand that by entering into a plea, that you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights.
yes,
And you also understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea today, correct?
yes,
And you also understand the 771.1 status.
absolutely,
Okay. And knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea.
yes,
Has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
no,
All right, and counsel, if you can please run to your client.
I'd like to direct your attention to May 12th, 2023. Were you in the city of Wyandotte?
yes,
All right, and at some point, you had drank alcohol, correct?
yes,
And would you agree that your behavior while in the city of Wyandotte rose to the level of being disorderly, specifically by being intoxicated in public and being loud?
unfortunately, yes,
Sorry, was that a yes?
yes,
Satisfied, Judge.
The court is also satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea to the amended charge, determine eligibility under 771.1 at sentencing. And we'll schedule this, and we'll dismiss the original charge. We'll schedule this matter for sentencing. Counsel does, August 9th work for you or no?
Judge, if it's going to be in person, I'd ask for it to be on the 15th, but if it was going to be a Zoom sentencing,
No, it's going to be in person, so that'll be August 15th, and we can do 8:30 a.m. Okay, and sir, you're going to go over to probation to get set up with your interview, and then we will see you back on August 15th.
okay, are we continuing bond conditions?
That was the intention. Counsel, is there something that you wanted?
Your Honor, I know that there was the consideration that potentially we could revisit the tether provision, as he's been on tether since bond, and there's been no violations as to alcohol related consumption. So we'd ask for just that only amended consideration.
All right, and so the court will note that Mr. Carmona has also been participating in testing. When's the last time you tested, Mr. Carmona?
The last time they called the color black, I'm not exactly sure, the days kind of run, I lose track of the days.
You lose track of the days?
Absolutely.
Was it before 4th of July or after?
Oh, man, I think it was after 4th of July, yeah.
Okay,
I don't celebrate 4th of July.
okay, well, I just thought that might be a target date that you can.
Oh, I'm not really, I don't observe it at all in any way, shape or form, so it's not like a staple day to me.
Okay. Okay, so the court will remove the alcohol tether.
Thank you.
Continue bond and conditions. Balance of conditions. All right, please stop over at probation and somebody will be with you shortly, okay?
Yes, ma'am, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. And we are still on the record in the matter of City of Wyandotte versus Brian Harris, 164365.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good present you on behalf of my client. As to the arraignment, stands mute. And we waive the formal reading.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Harris, I apologize for your wait. Although in my defense, we haven't waited, you weren't waiting as long as we've been waiting for you though. We've been waiting for you for 7 years almost. So, okay, your name for the record, please.
Brian Harris.
All right, and sir, where have you been, other than here?
Working, trying to work.
Okay. All right, and so the court will waive the formal reading as your plea of not guilty for purposes of the arraignment and counsel as to the pretrial.
Your Honor, my client does have a valid driver's license. My understanding that he's going to be tendering a guilty plea to a lesser included charge of allowing an unlicensed driver.
Okay. All right, sir, please raise your right hand. Promise, sir, from the testimony about to give this interview the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay. And you heard the plea that your attorney indicated, correct? And as to be amended charge of allowing a licensed driver to drive, how do you plead? All right, and you've gone over your advice of rights with your attorney, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understood each of those rights?
Yes.
And you also understand by entering into a plea, you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights. You understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea, whether in this court, any other court, or administrative agency.
Yes.
And knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea. Has anybody promised anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea? All right, counsel, if you can please avoid your time.
Yes, so let's direct your attention back to December 2nd of 2016. Were you operating a vehicle in the city of Wyandotte?
Yes.
Right, at that time, you did not have valid driver's license. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Satisfied, Judge.
The court is also satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea. The amended charge dismiss the original charge per the plea agreement and counsel as to sentencing.
Your Honor, considering he does have a valid driver's license, I'd be respectfully requesting he be admonished with cost and fines, and if necessary, a potential payment plan. But I do believe he posted a bond, so this might be a moot point.
All right, and so Mr. Harris, what's the current status of your license? I'm sorry? You have one? Okay. And when did you obtain your valid license?
2 years ago. Early 2020.
Really? Oh, no, I'm sorry, yes. I was looking at the wrong thing. All right. All right, the court's going to indicate a $200 fine, $100 cost, crime victim assessment fee, $75, justice's assessment fee, $50, warrant fee, $100, clearance fee, $45. It was $570. And it shows $225 is available. Leaves a balance of $345. Do you have that $345 to pay today?
I'm going to September.
I'm sorry?
August 11th.
You can pay the balance in full on August 11th? Is that yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I will indicate by August 11th, $345 balance. So just stop at the window in case you have to sign something over for your bond. And then you can even get how to make the next payment, information on how to make the next payment. All right, thank you. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
All right. This is the matter of Lila Johnson, 23394.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mr. Chesky, maybe Ms. Johnson, to approach us.
Well, I don't see Ms. Johnson, so we'll have to pass on this one. Okay, next one is Jeffrey Terrence. Okay, this is the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Jeffrey Terrence, 2311187.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mr. Chesky, maybe my client. Please approach the podium.
All right, thank you. Mr. Terrence, your name, please.
Jeffrey Allen Terrence.
All right, thank you. And so today's the date scheduled for arraignment pretrial on these matters. And as to the arraignment, counsel?
That's the arraignment. We wait formal reading. My client stands mute.
or waive the formal reading, enter plea of not guilty for purposes of the arraignment, and as to the pretrial.
Your Honor, this time my client's going to tender a guilty plea with the understanding that there'd be consideration for 771.1. I believe that he does not have anything on his criminal history that would preclude that opportunity.
All right, sir, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And you heard the plea that your attorney indicated, correct?
Correct.
And as to count one of disorderly conduct, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And you have gone over your advice of rights with your attorney, correct?
Correct.
And you understood all of those rights.
Correct.
You also understand by entering into plea, you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights. Correct?
Correct.
All right. And you also understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you also understand what the 771.1 says is.
Correct.
And knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea.
Correct.
Has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
No.
All right, counsel, you can please order your client.
Yes, I'd like to direct your attention back to May 27th of 2023 for you in the city of Wyandotte.
Yes.
At some point you were at a bar and you were asked to leave, correct?
Yes.
And you refused to leave, and would you agree that your behavior was disorderly to the extent that you were intoxicated and loud in public?
Yes.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
The court is also satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea. And we will schedule this matter for sentencing on August 15th at 10:30 a.m. And as to bond counsel.
Your Honor, considering my client's lack of criminal history, I'd be respectfully requesting consideration for a personal bond. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. And sir, do you work?
Yes.
Where do you work?
Maritime Manufacturing in Detroit.
Okay. And if you were to test it, what would be detected in your system?
No.
When's the last time you consumed any alcohol?
Back then, when this happened, kind of got everything straightened out.
Oh, yeah, it was 0.27 is what it's alleged.
Yeah.
It's pretty high.
So
I'm sorry?
I said my mouth said extra, so I planning to keep my mind occupied.
All right, so the court's going to continue your cash bond. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs, sir, unless prescribed. You have no idea when you're going to be called in for testing, so make sure you're not consuming any. And then you can go have a seat over probation, and somebody will be with you shortly for an interview, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Can you confirm to see if she even checked in, please? All right, we're on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Andrew Ullett, 231158.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mr. Secretary, on behalf of my client.
All right, thank you. And your name, please.
Andrew, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And so I just want to disclose that I know Mr. Ullett. I have not seen him in a number of years. He and one of my children used to go to school together, but that hasn't been since, I think, the 5th grade. Right?
Correct, Your
Honor. Okay. So is there any objection to this court continuing, or do you want to transfer it to a different court?
I don't. No, you're
You don't object to the court continuing?
right.
Do you want me to be the one to continue presiding, or do you want me to transfer it to a different court?
No, that's fine.
Okay, Mr. Shunkey?
Yes, Your Honor. In this circumstance, one housekeeping measure. Mr. Ullett, you understand that I'm also representing your stepbrother, who is cross-complainant, cross-victim, cross-defendant, Aiden Rasnick. You are aware of that?
Yes.
And do you have any objection to me representing you as well as your stepbrother, Mr. Rasnick?
No one answered.
Your Honor, as to arraignment, we waive formal reading. Client stands mute.
Okay, and counsel, do you have any objection to this court continuing, given what it stated?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, and so. All right, the court will waive the formal reading, enter plea of not guilty for purposes of the arraignment. And counsel add to the pretrial.
Your Honor, my client will be tendering a guilty plea as charged with the understanding based on his eligibility for consideration for the Home Youthful Training Act.
All right, and sir, please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear from the testimony not to give this man the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you heard the plea that your attorney placed on the record, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And as to the charge of disorderly conduct, how do you plead?
Guilty.
You've gone over your advice of rights with your attorney, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand all of those rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
You also understand that by entering into a plea, you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you also understand what the HIDA status is, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
And counsel, if you, I'm sorry, has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
No, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, if you can please order your client.
Yes, I'd like to direct your attention back to May 6th of 2023. Were you in the city of Wyandotte?
Yes.
And did you get into a physical altercation with your stepbrother, Aiden Rasnick?
Yes.
And that was in a public place to the point that you believe that it was conduct that was disorderly?
Yes.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
All right, the court is also satisfied. The plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept the plea. Set this matter for sentencing on August 21st. And as to bond.
Your Honor, considering my client's age, his strong family support system, and lack of criminal history, I'd be respectfully requesting consideration for a personal bond. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, and Mr. Roulette, where is it that you work?
Aspen. I'm a
Asphalt
contractor.
company?
No, I'm a contractor for BT.
Oh.
So I do tree work.
Oh, got it. Please ask, okay. And how long have you been working there?
For about 1.5 years, close to maybe 2.
And if you were to test today, what would be detected in your system? None at all. No alcohol, no marijuana, nothing. Really? Because I'm looking at your face and you seem as though you would test for something.
There might be alcohol in my system, but I don't know.
There we
if
go.
it's over or not.
Okay, when's the last time that you consumed alcohol?
A day, 2 ago.
Okay, and you're not 21 yet, right?
No,
So you shouldn't be using it anyway.
yes, I'm sorry. Your Honor.
And moving forward, you're not going to be allowed to use it because you're going to be on bond. And so, and you and Mr. Rasnick live together?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, all right. Have you ever failed to appear in court for any reason?
No, Your Honor.
Are you out on bond in any other jurisdiction?
No, Your Honor.
And you're not on probation or parole anywhere?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The court is going to continue your cash bond. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs unless prescribed, and we'll see you back on August 21st. Please stop over probation and they can get you set up for your interview. All right. Thank you. Have a good day. This is the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Aiden Rasnick, 231159.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Simply prevail my client extending his approach. We are prepared to proceed.
All right, thank you. And sir, your name for the record, please.
Dave Resin.
Okay, and while I know Mr. Roulette from a number of years ago, but I haven't seen or spoken to him since then, I don't know you, do I?
No, no, you're not.
All right, and so, all right, and so, council, as to the arraignment, did you already waive the formal reading?
One housekeeping, Mr. Rasnick, you are aware that I just represented the cross defendant, cross victim, Mr. Roulette, who is your stepbrother. Do you have any objection to me representing you as well?
No, I do not.
Your Honor, as to arraignment, we waive formal reading. My client stands for you.
All right, thank you. All right, and the court will waive the formal reading, enter plea of not guilty for purpose of the arraignment. And as to the pretrial, counsel.
Your Honor, my client is entering a duplicate plea that is cross defendant entered into. He'll be tending a guilty plea to disorderly and based on his age and lack of criminal history and consideration for the Home Youthful Training Act.
Okay. Sir, please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this man be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And you heard the plea that your attorney indicated, correct?
Correct.
And as to the count one, disorderly conduct, how do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
And you've gone over your advice of rights with your attorney, correct?
Correct.
And you understand all of those rights?
Yep.
Is that yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And you understand that by entering into a plea that you will be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you also understand that by entering into a plea, you understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand what the HIDA status is?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
No, Your Honor.
All right, counsel, you can please refer to your client.
Yes, I'd like to direct your attention to May 6th of 2023. Were you in the city of Wyandotte?
I was.
Did you get into a physical altercation with your stepbrother, Andrew Roulette?
I did.
And that physical altercation was in a public place to the extent that your behavior rose to disorderly conduct?
Correct.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
All right, the court is also satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea to the disorderly conduct charge and as to bond counsel.
Your Honor, I'd be respectfully requesting my client to have to be availed of a personal bond. Thank you, Judge.
Sir, do you work?
I do.
Where do you work?
For Union Local 17, along with Andrew, we work for a company, Ashwood, that's contracted for DT. We're line clearance tree trimmer, so we clear off the lines, so branches don't fall in lines and take out your guys' power.
Okay, and so you live together, you work together, your
Different
family
yards.
together?
He works in a different city. He works out in Dundee, and I'm in Trenton right now, in the
Okay.
Port area.
Okay, and so if you were to test today, what's in your system?
I don't believe anything would be in my system. I would be lying if I didn't say I've tried a beer a couple of days ago. I tasted it, but I didn't drink it, and I shouldn't be consuming it. It was my fault for trying it, but I don't think anything would be in my system.
Okay, so you're saying you tried it as though you've never tried beer before?
No, like I've tried out this brand. I've never
Oh.
tried it before.
Okay.
Consumed a little bit of it, but I didn't drink it.
What's the difference between consuming a little bit and drinking it?
I didn't drink the whole beer, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, the night of the offense, it's alleged, you had a pretty high level of intoxication. Right?
When in doubt, Your Honor.
Yeah. So moving forward, you're not to possess or consuming alcohol or drugs unless prescribed. Okay. We'll continue your cash bond. And you don't know when you're gonna get called in for testing. If you test positive, your bond can be revoked, and you can be sitting in the jail till your next court date. So you don't want that. Your sentencing date will be August 21st. Which time we'll decide, or the court will determine your eligibility under HIDA. You're not on probation or parole anywhere, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And you're not out of bond in any other jurisdiction, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, please have a seat over information and they will get you set up for your interview.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Thanks, Judge.
All right, thank you. We're still on the record in the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Andrew Slowick, 231189.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good for time to bring back my client. Should be approaching the stand momentarily.
Yes, okay, insert your name for the record, please.
Andrew Slowick.
All right, thank you. And today's the date scheduled for the arraignment pretrial on this matter, and as to the arraignment.
As to the arraignment, we waive formal reading. My client stands mute.
We'll waive the formal reading, enter plea of not guilty for purposes of the arraignment, and as to the pretrial.
Your Honor, my client's going to be tendering a guilty plea to a lesser included charge of operating while physically impaired.
All right. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this man be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right. And so you heard the plea that your attorney placed on the record, correct? As to the amended charge of operating or visibly impaired by alcohol, how do you plead? And you've gone over your rights with your attorney, correct?
Yes.
And you understand all of those rights.
Yes, Honor.
You also understand that by entering into a plea, you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you've gone over the possible penalty as a result of your plea with your attorney, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that could be in this court or any other court or administrative agency.
Yes, Your Honor.
And knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea? All right, and counsel, you can please run to your client.
Yes, I'd like to direct your attention back to May 28th of 2023. Were you operating a vehicle in the city of Wyandotte?
Yes, I was.
And prior to operating that vehicle, did you have any alcoholic beverages?
Yes, I had.
Right. At some point, you were pulled over because your driving was somewhat erratic. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you'll stipulate that your blood alcohol result exceeded a 0.08. Is that correct?
Yes.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
All right, the court is also satisfied the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea to the amended charge, dismiss the original charge per the plea agreement, and we will schedule this matter for sentencing on August 21st at 9 a.m. And counsel as to bond.
Your Honor, my client's not on probation or parole. I'd be respectfully requesting consideration for a personal bond. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and sir, do you work?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you're not the only one that says that to me. Are you retired or?
Yeah, I slept about 3 hours last night, so I was worried about it here.
Okay, and if you were to test today, sir, what would be detected in your system?
Medication. I take about 9.
Think your prescribed medications?
Right, yeah.
All right, any alcohol?
A little bit of alcohol.
And when did you last drink alcohol?
About 8 o'clock last night.
And what did you drink?
Just beer.
Okay. So moving forward, you can't consume any alcohol, sir. Okay. Not only do you have a pending matter involving alcohol, but that's a condition of your bond. You're not to possess and consume any alcohol or drugs unless prescribed, or will indicate that we will continue your cash bond that you posted. And then, so you're going to have a seat over in probation. Somebody will be with you shortly for an interview. Okay, you don't know when you're going to get called in for testing, so make sure you're not consuming any alcohol or anything else that's not prescribed. All right, thank you. Have a good day. This is the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Chavez Cruz, 231142. And appearance, counsel.
Morning, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good afternoon, my client is approaching the podium.
All right, thank you. Your name, sir.
Chavez Cruz.
Okay, can you speak up just a little bit more?
Chavez Cruz.
All right, thank you. And today's the date scheduled for the pretrial on this matter. And counsel, do you have an opportunity to speak to the prosecuting attorney?
Yes, Your Honor. My client's prepared to tender a guilty plea to a lesser included charge of no valid license on person and responsible to the civil infraction of no proof of insurance, with the understanding that all remaining charges would be dismissed.
Okay, so that would be the open intox, the unregistered vehicle, driving while license suspended, no insurance and improper plate.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Chavez, your attorney worked out a very good deal for you. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you heard the plea that your attorney placed on the record, correct?
Yes.
And as to the amended charge of failed display of valid license, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Much longer, sir.
Guilty.
That's perfect, thank you. And as to the amended charge of no proof of insurance, how do you plead, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
And you've gone over your advice and rights with your attorney, correct?
Yes.
And you understood all of those rights.
Yes, ma'am.
You also understand that by entering into a plea, you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea, correct?
Yes.
And that could be in this court, any other court or administrative agency. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And knowing all that, do you still want to continue with your plea?
Yes.
Has anybody promised you anything throughout your course in any way for you to enter into a plea?
No, ma'am.
All right, counsel, you can please party your client.
Yes, I'd like to direct your attention to May 24th of 2023. Were you operating a vehicle in the city of Wyandotte?
Yes, sir.
All right, at some point you were pulled over and you were unable to provide a valid driver's license. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
The court is also satisfied that the plea is knowing, voluntary, and factually accurate. The court will accept your plea to the amended charges, dismiss the original charges per the plea agreement, and ask the sentencing counsel.
Your Honor, I respectfully request that my client be admonished with cost of fines and if necessary, a payment.
Okay, and sir, how did you get here today?
My brother-in-law.
Where's your brother-in-law?
Oh, he just dropped me off. I'm taking Uber back.
Okay, you don't have any keys in your pocket?
No, I sure don't.
All right, let me see.
Change. On my pocket top.
Oops, sorry about that.
It's all right.
Okay. All right, and where do you work?
I'm not in current employment right now, but I am doing side jobs right now. So that's how I'm getting close, so I do get a permanent job.
Okay, well, since you're not really employed, side jobs are just, that's your job right now, because it's not on the side of anything.
It's just, right now, I'm just doing a side job until I get employed.
Okay. And where were you driving this day that you found it necessary to drive?
I believe it was on,
No, I mean, I know where, but why were you driving?
oh, well, it was, my sister had, her brakes went out, so we just I had to pick her up. She's on the same page, but she was with me when it happened, so I was basically just picking her up with her car.
Okay, but you can't drive, so why did you,
Well, it was.
why did you agree to be the person?
It was an emergency at the time, I felt.
Why couldn't you order an Uber, order her an Uber?
I didn't think about it at the time.
All right, the court's going to indicate a $300 fine, $100 cost, crime victim fee $75, justice system assessment fee $50 for a total of $525, plus the $175 for no proof of insurance. That's a total of $800, $700, sorry. And do you have that to pay today, sir?
No, can I, was gonna make a payment plan?
Okay, do you have anything to pay today or no?
I can pay 100.
Okay, so I will indicate $100 today and the balance of $600. How can you pay that, sir?
I can make payments if possible.
Okay, how much per month and what day of the month works best?
Can we do 100 a month if possible?
Okay. Beginning when?
Next week?
The 28th?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll begin that July 28th. And the 28th, another month thereafter, okay?
Yes.
All right, you have a seat in the lobby and somebody will be with you shortly for your initial payment, okay?
Okay, thank
Make sure you're not driving, sir, until you have a valid license. All right, have a good day.
Oh.
Sorry about all your change falling out too.
Someone over there also.
Sorry about that. All right, we are on the record. We're recalling the matter of Twyla Johnson, 23394.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Temp on behalf of my client, the Crocus.
Okay, and good afternoon. I do apologize for your wait. And your name, please.
Twyla Johnson.
All right, and so ma'am, today's your jail review in this matter. And did you just get off the alcohol tether?
Yes.
All right, and so how'd that go for you?
I don't want to do that again.
No, why not?
It's just uncomfortable.
Okay, and so if you're tested right now, what's in your system?
Just what I prescribed.
Okay, and have you had any other interactions with the police?
I got a ticket.
When?
A couple weeks ago. I didn't realize what the speed was.
And where did you get that ticket at?
Taylor. He brought it down. I was delivering pizzas for my heavies. I'm not used to driving around there.
For your heavies?
Happies.
Oh, happies. Okay.
So I wasn't used to that street. Like the speed limit change.
Okay.
He brought it down to like double parking or something.
Okay. So on April 17th, you were sentenced on possession of controlled substance and operating while intoxicated. And then you're on the tether for 60 days. Then there was a probation violation a month later, well, probation violation hearing a month later, because you had tested positive for alcohol.
The violation, no, I haven't tested since I've been on probation. I haven't tested positive for anything.
Well, alcohol was detected, and that's why there was a probation violation. And so then the court, on May 31st, you pled guilty and the court did 5 days jail suspended, the jail review today, and an additional 30 days on the tether. That's how.
The tether was spiked because he said that probably I got my leg in it. There wasn't anything with alcohol that I'm aware of. I haven't been drinking, so there can't be any alcohol.
Okay, it does show confirmed tamper, and then it says with alcohol detected, and that's what I believe you pled guilty to.
Maybe it was lotion or something. I haven't been drinking, but I was unaware. He told me, the guy who owns that company, when we were walking out, told me the way it spikes is where my leggings go in there. He didn't say anything about alcohol. There would be no alcohol because I wasn't drinking, or I've been using baby lotion with no alcohol in it.
Okay. All right. And so how are you doing?
Good. Like I feel really good.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to adjourn the jail review to August 28th at 10:30. Okay. All right, and so you're telling me that you haven't got, your color hasn't been called at all for testing?
Yesterday, I got yesterday. It was aqua and green.
Okay.
Yesterday I went at like 5:30.
Okay. All right, and work's going well?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm actually switching locations now. I'm gonna be in Detroit instead of Taylor.
Well, good luck. And we'll continue with all of your conditions for probation. And we will see you back on August 28th.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day.
All right, you as well.
Thank you.
This is the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Christine Rexford, 231186.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mr. Shempkin, on behalf of my client.
Okay, and your name, please.
Christine Robinson.
All right, thank you. You seem familiar. Have you been here before?
Yes. Yeah. In a tenant situation.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. That's what I thought. Okay. All right, and so council, as to the arraignment.
As the agreement, we waive reading my client's.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. Can you repeat that, please?
As to the arraignment, we waive the formal reading my client stands mute.
All right. Let's go. I'll turn it down. Oh, can you turn, Tom just asked me if you can turn your volume down a little bit. Please.
Yes, not a problem. As to the arraignment, we waive formal reading. My client stands mute.
All right, thank you. The court will waive the formal reading, enter plea of not guilty for purposes of the arraignment, and then as to the pretrial counsel.
Your Honor, my client is subsequently registered and got insurance on the vehicle. The prosecution has amended the charge to dismiss, and my client will tender a responsible plea to the civil infraction of double parking.
All right, please raise your right hand, ma'am. Sir, from the testimony about giving this matter the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you heard the plea that your attorney placed on the record, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, as the amended charge of double parking, how do you plead? Responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
All right, and you've gone over your rights with your attorney, correct?
Yes.
And you understand all of your rights.
Thank you.
You also understand by entering into the plea, you'll be waiving some of those rights, specifically your trial and appellate rights.
Yes.
Has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and the court will accept your plea as knowing and voluntary and dismiss your original charge for the plea agreement. That's $200. You have that to pay today.
I do not.
Okay, and when do you propose to pay that?
Can I set up a payment plan?
Okay, what does that look like to you?
I can do weekly or monthly, however.
Okay, how about monthly? How much per month?
There's 100, I can do like 100.
Okay, what day of the month works best?
Probably closer to like the middle or the end of the month.
Okay, can you start it on August 18th?
Yes.
Okay. All right, the court will indicate $100 per month beginning August 18th.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, have a good day. Thank you. All right, and this is the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Tiffany Thompson, 23935.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Christopher Shemke, appearing on behalf of my client, approach the vote.
All right, thank you. And ma'am, your name, please.
Tiffany Thompson.
All right, thank you. I'm trying to figure out why you look familiar.
I had a like an eviction hearing.
Oh, that's right. And I think that you had like kind of like a pretty holistic decorations, or was that? Okay, that's what it was. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I don't know why I remember those things, but anyway. Okay. And so today's the date scheduled for the pretrial and counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm asking for an adjournment so that I can request the video surveillance. I'm requesting the next court date be August 15th. I will be back at the Wyandotte District Court tomorrow morning, and I will get the discovery request, which has been signed, and make the formal request on the second floor of the district court.
All right, and so then the court signing the discovery order, we will leave it here for you to grab. And all right, and so then this will be adjourned to August 15th at 9:30 a.m. And ma'am, if you're a test today, what would be checked in your system?
Just prescription medication.
Okay. All right, the court will indicate bond and conditions are continued. All of your contact information remains the same.
Yes.
All right, we'll see you back on August 15th. All right, thank you. Have a good day. Thank you. All right, this is. All right, so this is the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Sarah Robertson, 231262.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Christopher Shemke, appearing on behalf of my client who approached the.
Okay. And so I know that this is a mother-son, but Ms. Robertson, you're represented by counsel, but not your son. Correct. Because that's a civil infraction. So I'll handle him in just one moment. Okay. All right, and then your name for the record, please.
Sarah Robertson.
All right, thank you. And counsel, today is the date for the arraignment and the pretrial, and after the arraignment.
We wait for Marie stands mute.
We're waiting for Marie to enter plea of not guilty for purpose of the arraignment. And as to the pretrial.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that the prosecution at this time is moving to dismiss the matter. The defense does not object.
All right. The court will indicate that the prosecutor's motion to nullify pros is granted, and this matter is closed for you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day. And this is the matter of the City of Wyandotte versus Jeremiah Robertson, 23W82760 A and B. And your name, sir?
Jeremiah Robertson.
Okay, I need to be much louder into the microphone, please.
Jeremiah Robertson.
Okay, thank you. Just one moment. Let's go off the record for just a quick moment. Mr. Shunke, are you all done with your?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that I am.
Okay, Mr. Quintanilla, who, do you have representation? Where's his file? Why is he on Zoom?
Failed to appear.
No, he's been on Zoom all day. Mr. Quintanilla?
I'm sorry. No, Your Honor, I don't have any representation today.
Okay, why are you on Zoom and not in person? Please turn your camera on.
No, I thought I was on Zoom today. That's why I didn't know it was in person.
No, sir. No, it's in person. It's Tuesday. It's in person.
I wasn't aware. I thought I was on Zoom. I saw it on the docket, but I misread the docket. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I currently right now I don't have a ride. I have a suspended license. I've been around. My father's been taking me, but he's not around here currently. I just thought I was online. I've yet to miss a court date. When you see our time, you know.
I saw that you were logged in earlier. I didn't have a chance to get to you. So here's what I'm going to do, sir. I'm going to, can you be here tomorrow?
What time tomorrow? I do work in the morning at 7 a.m., but I think I could try to call my boss to reschedule.
Well, if you can be here at 10, can you be here at 10?
It's kind of tough.
Well,
it's only tough because I'm sorry. Go ahead, Your Honor. It's only tough because I don't have a driver's license, so just getting around with Ubers, and then my father, whoever's able, my family. I'm gonna try my best. So yeah.
Okay, listen. Here's what I'm gonna do, sir. Next Tuesday, July 25th at 9 a.m. in person.
Got it. I'll be there.
In person.
Sure, yeah, I'll be there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and so Mr. Shunke, I think that we're all set. I don't think we have any more in custody, do we? Mr. Shunke?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were asking me. No, Judge, I spoke to the two in custody that I was aware of, but if other paperwork comes through, I'm happy to sign back on.
Okay, all right, thank you. Have a good day. Sorry for the late morning. All right, and then we're back on the record, the matter of Jeremiah Robertson, and I apologize for that. So if you can just restate your name for the record, please.
Jeremiah Robertson.
Okay, and then if you can just restate your name for the record and spell your first and last name.
Sarah Robertson, SarahRobertson.
Okay, thank you. And so this, sir, you received a citation for prohibited conduct. I'm not sure there's an A and a B because there only appears to be one Charge on here. Okay, but you spoke to an officer, or I'm sorry, a prosecuting attorney today, correct?
Yes,
And it appears as though you've reached a resolution, is that correct?
yes, Your Honor.
All right, what is that resolution?
I'm responsible.
To what?
Private conduct.
Okay. All right, please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give this matter the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And as to the prohibited conduct, how do you plead?
Responsible.
And you understand that you have the right to have a hearing, a contested hearing in this matter. By entering into a plea, you would not have that contested hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you also understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody promised or anything, threatened you or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
No, Your Honor.
All right, what is it you did that would render you responsible for prohibited conduct on June 5th?
I was somewhere where I was not supposed to be, and I had something I was not supposed to have.
Okay, that's a good start, but I need more specifics for the record, please. So what is it you did? Need specifics.
I was at a creek spot, and I had weed and wraps.
Weed and what?
Wraps. Fill up.
Wraps?
Yep.
The rolling papers for the weed?
Yes.
Okay. And so where did you get the marijuana from?
Wasn't.
In the garage at your house?
Yep. Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so where you live with your mom?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did your mom give you permission to take the marijuana?
No, Your Honor.
You just stole it from her?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how old are you?
15.
And so what runs through your mind when you hatch a plan to steal the marijuana from your mom and meet your friends at the creek?
No.
No. You do know, because you made the conscious decision to leave your house, go into your garage to where the marijuana is and take it.
Yes.
And then share it with your friends. So what was going through your mind when you put all that together?
Go chill with them, I guess, and have fun.
You can't have fun unless you have marijuana?
That wasn't thinking like that.
So then why did you have to add the marijuana to the fun?
I don't know.
You do know.
No, I don't.
You chose to go get the marijuana and take it with you. So why did you decide that you needed to add marijuana to your group of friends' fun?
More fun, I guess.
So when's the last time you used marijuana?
That time.
So if you're tested today,
Nothing.
nothing in your system. Do you test them at home?
No, I'm highly confident you have nothing in the system.
You do know you can't, there are home tests you can have.
Honestly, I didn't even think to do that, but since that day, he has been under such restriction. His room, we did a clean sweep of his room that day, and he's been under such restriction when he leaves the house, it's either with me, his dad, or
Excuse me,
his
there's no
sister.
talking in court.
He does not have access to his phone any longer until this is completely done with. And since then, he finished school off strong and he started working since then. So any free time he has, he's working or he's doing extra chores around the house. We have a couple of elderly neighbors where he's been helping around in their yard work, which even before this, he did that. But I just want to take note that there is more to him than, the stupid decisions that he did make.
Oh, no, I'm sure that there is. And so how were your grades when you ended up this school year? Okay, good's different for each person, so what does that mean?
BCC.
Okay, and where are you working?
Christmas party in South Korea.
Okay. Okay, and so the court will indicate, well, it will accept your plea. And the court will indicate $150 fine that you're paying since you're working, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you have that to pay today, or do you need time to pay? Okay, do you have anything to pay today?
Yeah, but it's not.
Okay, so, sorry, no, go ahead.
So he has not spent any of his money.
Okay, your name, sir?
Jackson Hart.
Okay, you're trailing off at the bottom, so can you say that again?
Jackson Hart.
All right, thank you. And yeah, can you please state your name for the record, please?
Melissa Hart,
All right, can you spell your first and last names, please?
Melissahart.
All right, thank you. And you are Jackson's mom, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we have your spelling, Mr. Hart. Okay, and so today's the date for the review on this matter. You'd already pled guilty, I'm sorry, responsible to prohibited conduct. And you were participating in the Recover Detroit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and did you complete that program?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what's your feedback on it?
I think it's a good program. It helps a lot.
What did you take away with you from that program?
Just how to control my anger.
Okay, and if you were to test today, what's in your system?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Absolutely nothing.
Yes.
Are you working?
Yes.
Where are you working?
University.
And how long have you been working there?
Like 3 months.
Okay. What grade are you going to?
10th grade.
And how did your grades end up?
They were pretty good. They're like C.
Did you pass all of your classes?
Most of them. I'm in summer school right now.
Okay, and how are you doing in your summer school classes?
I'm doing pretty good.
All right, do you want to do summer school again next year?
Not really.
Okay, so how are you going to avoid that?
Just do better in school.
Turn in your work? Is that why you didn't pass your classes, because you didn't turn in your work?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, the court's going to indicate a $100 fine. You have that to pay today.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't have it on me though.
Okay, that's fine. You can, you live close, so you can grab it,
And then you can, yeah, I have cash on me.
whichever you prefer, just so he's the one paying it.
He's paying for us.
Okay. All right, hopefully we don't see you back here again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You have a good day. And this is the matter of Aiden Reitmeyer, 2367203. Good afternoon. I do apologize for your wait today. When I set this, I did not know there was such a full docket, so I do apologize. And your name, sir?
Yeah, Your Honor.
All right, and your name, sir?
Sean Reitner.
All right, can you spell your first and last names?
SHAWNRIGHTMYER.
All right, thank you. And so today's the date for the review because you were involved in the same fight that Mr. Hart was involved in, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And so you participated in the Recover Detroit, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you complete it?
Yes.
And what are your thoughts?
I liked it. It helped me like control
No,
my.
right in the microphone. Is where
It
you
helped me
guys are.
control my anger and like think of other situations to do besides getting trouble.
Okay. And so how old are you?
15.
Do you work? Where are you working?
At gas station.
How's that going? You work there.
Working there a year and a half.
Okay. So how did your grades end up for the school year?
I besides 2 classes I failed.
Are you in summer school?
Yeah. And I'm with 2 classes.
All right. Do you want to do that again? No. So how are you gonna make sure you're not doing that next summer?
I do my schoolwork and not group off as much.
When you do your schoolwork, are you going to turn it in afterwards?
Yeah. Yes.
There's always that crucial step that somehow after people do the work, they don't turn it in. I don't know why, but, all right. And so are you in person for summer school or online?
I'm not.
Okay, was that the only option?
Yeah. They just told me to join
Yes.
a group class. Yes. They
Okay.
just told me to join a group classroom.
Okay. Okay, and Mr. Patterson, Mr. Reitmeyer, how are things going at home with Aiden?
He's doing a lot better. He's not strict. He's doing a lot of work and back home. I actually just let him out a few times last week just to get a test of water, see how he is. He's been doing a lot better. A lot better. I haven't really had to yell at him much. But I do have drug tests lined up left and right on my desk for him because a couple people that came up with. I turned around, I found out personally, so he's been on tight.
Good, good. I love when parents drug test their own kids. You never know when it's gonna happen.
I'm not gonna show. That's,
Yeah.
nope.
And if you don't have the self-discipline to stay away from that stuff on your own, then that's what the parents are for, another layer, right? All right, so I'm going to indicate $100 for you as well. Do you have that to pay today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, do you have to go home and bring it back? Okay, all right, just have a seat out in the lobby and somebody will be with you shortly.
Thank you.
Have a good day, good luck in the school year. All right, this is the matter of the city of Wyandotte versus Eleanor Williamson, 23W66737. Hello, your name, please? Okay, no, way too quiet. Can you adjust the microphone? You're going to have to speak directly into it. Your last name, please? Can you say it again, please? Okay, all right. And sir, your name, please?
Is Robert Williamson.
Okay, and can you spell your first and last names, please?
ROBERTWILLIAM.
All right, thank you. Okay, and so today's date scheduled for a hearing on Eleanor's charge of prohibited conduct. And you had a chance to speak to the prosecuting attorney, correct? Are you hearing her?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And this indicates that you're going to be pleading responsible to that. Is that your understanding? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this matter the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right. And as to the charge of prohibited conduct, how do you plead? Responsible or not responsible? Okay, and you had an opportunity, I'm sorry, you understand that by entering into a plea, you will not have a contested hearing.
Yes.
You Also understand the possible penalty as a result of your plea.
Yes.
And knowing all that, you still want to continue with your plea.
Yes.
Has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea?
No.
All right, and so tell me what it is you did that would make you responsible for prohibited conduct.
I had. mm,
At school?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
And where did you get that from?
This is random site that I found.
You ordered it online?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
And you have a credit card so that you can buy it online?
Yeah.
Is your credit card?
No, it was,
She did it twice, one with my mom and one with my credit card.
yeah.
Did you have the permission to use the credit card?
No.
So you sold their credit card
Yeah.
and you used it.
Yeah.
That's 2 crimes in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Plus the possession of the marijuana. And you're 13?
Yes.
So what would possess a 13-year-old to go online and buy marijuana?
I'm not sure what I was thinking. It was not, like, I wasn't thinking it.
Twice.
Yeah.
Once I'll give you that, but twice. You did it twice.
Yeah.
So did you feel better after you used marijuana?
No, like, I just wanted, like, what it was like. That's it.
So you needed to do that twice to figure that out?
Yeah.
Okay, so what was it like?
I'm not sure.
And so if you were to test today, what's in your system?
No, so nothing. I haven't smoked since I got suspended.
Okay,
Yeah.
and how are your grades?
They weren't that good this time.
What does that mean?
They were low. But like, there were like some that went low, but most of them didn't. But I wanted to try this year and get them like.
Okay, so did you fail classes or were they Ds? Did you have Ds or Fs or Es?
No, I never failed them, but they were like low.
Okay. All right, the court's going to accept your plea of responsible. And you're going into the 7th grade or the 8th grade? 8? Okay, that's okay. Are you working or any money or anything?
No.
So your dad has to pay it?
Well, yeah.
She has her own bank account that
Yeah.
when she was little, we kept saving up money.
Yeah, so I have like this stuff in there. Yeah, I have a lot of savings.
Okay. All right, the court's going to accept your plea of responsible to prohibited conduct. And the court's going to indicate a $75 fine. Are you able to pay that today? Okay. I certainly hope that next school year is better for you. Okay?
Yes.
You're welcome. Have a good day. This is calling the matter of City of Wyandotte versus Elijah Mayberry. 23W67213. Good morning, or good afternoon, I apologize. And your name, please.
Elijah Mayberry.
All right, thank you. And ma'am, your name, please.
Amanda Amos.
Can you please spell your first and last names for the record?
Amanda, A-M-A-N-D-A, Amos, A-M-O-L-S-T-H.
Okay, and you're in relation to Elijah?
His mother.
Okay, and so Elijah, you're here because why?
Because I was found with a faith school.
All right, and you spoke to prosecuting attorney, correct?
Yes.
And the prosecuting attorney has indicated what?
That.
Are you pleading responsible or having a hearing?
I'm pleading yes.
Okay, so I'm going to have you please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this man to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ask the prohibited conduct charge, how do you plead, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
And you understand that you have the right to have a contested hearing in this matter, and by entering into plea, you will not have that contested hearing.
Yes.
Has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea today?
No, Your Honor.
You understand the possible penalty, correct?
Yes.
All right, so tell me what it is that would render you responsible for prohibited conduct. I'm sorry?
I think you're asking what I was found with?
Yes.
A nicotine device.
Okay, and so where'd you get that?
I bought it from a vape shop on Northland.
Okay. And how did you buy it? Do you work?
No, well, I had a job, but they did not ID me if that's what you're referring to.
But they what?
They did not ID me if that's what you're referring to. But I had a job and I got it.
No, I was referring to how did you buy it?
Oh,
with your own money, with
my own money.
And so, where were you working?
I was working at shows on Bill.
Why aren't you working there any longer?
Because one day I had a no call no show and there was a policy where if you do no call no show that you do let go. So I worked there for about like 3 or 4 months and then I had to stop.
All right, and so how long have you not been working?
During the school year. I've done a bit of like side hustles, like mowing people's lawns and doing stuff like that to make money, but nothing official.
Okay, and so if you were to test today, what's in your system? Not any vape or anything, no nicotine?
No, I quit. I started football and I had to stop with all that stuff because it hurts my lungs playing football and like, smoking and stuff.
Yeah, maybe you should start telling some more athletes that. People think it doesn't affect them. And so, how many days a week are you doing football right now?
Every weekday.
Weight room also?
We don't weight room most days. Some days we do drills and not weight room, but most of the time.
All right, what position do you play?
I play right receiver.
And so what are you lifting?
Like we usually do all the weights. Yeah. Well, normally we don't do more weightlifting, we do exercises. Like we do the same where with the deadlift, we pull it up, go like this, throw it up, and then just do that.
Oh, isn't that called a clean?
I honestly,
sweep or something?
normally we do it with a group and we just kind of go along with everyone else. We just rotate the weight room, so I don't pay as much attention to the workout names, but yeah.
You're enjoying it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you want to stay playing football, make sure you're not vaping anymore. All right, the court will accept your plea to responsible for prohibited conduct, $50. You have that to pay today. Okay, when can you pay it?
By the end of this week.
Okay, so by the 21st?
Friday, just to be safe. I want to say this Friday for sure, but I don't know for 100%. So just in case. Do you have it? You're gonna have it for sure? Okay, he said Friday.
Yep, that's on him. He's the one that had it. You didn't buy it for him, right?
Right.
All right, so July 21st. Okay, by 4 o'clock. All right, good luck to you. Have a good school year.
Do you have to see somebody who's going or?
No, because he's not paying today, so you're all set.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. And this is the matter of the City of Wyandotte versus Analia Torres, 23W66734. Good afternoon. I do apologize for your wait. I apologize for the last one. Okay, your name, please.
Analia Torres.
All right, thank you. And your name, please.
Alexis Aguilar.
And can you spell your first and last names, please?
ALEXISAGUILAR.
Okay, and your relation to Analia?
Mother.
Okay, I thought for sure you'd be her sister, but. Okay, and so, Ms. Torres, you are here because why?
I was caught with marijuana at school. About like a month ago. Yeah, I don't know. Whenever, it was like last week's school.
Okay, and you spoke with the prosecuting attorney, correct? All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear from the testimony about to give this matter to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and as to the charge of prohibited conduct, how do you plead?
Responsible.
And you understand you have the right to have a contested hearing in this matter. By entering into a plea, you will not have that contested hearing. Has anybody promised you anything, threatened you, or coerced you in any way for you to enter into a plea today?
No.
And have you understand what the possible penalty is, correct?
Yes.
All right, and tell me what it is. You had a vape pen, a marijuana pen?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes. It wasn't mine, it was a friend's. She gave it to me before I went to second hour. I went to second hour and then I went to the bathroom and then smoked it and then, yeah, and then the police officer came get me and just.
Hold on. You said they smoked it. You're saying that you did it?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
Right, I'm not one of your friends hanging out in the bathroom, so it's not, yeah. Okay. And why did you think that was a good idea?
It was mainly at the time I was really struggling because I struggled with mental health, like I had bipolar disorder and stuff like that.
Which I'm sure the marijuana interferes with, but go ahead.
And it was just the people I was hanging out with, like they would always do it, and so I was always around them, so I would always do it too. And yeah, I don't know, I don't really know why I did it. It was just because I thought it made me feel better, but I don't know, whatsoever.
And so are you still hanging out with the same group of people?
No, it was just one girl, and she was my best friend for a few months, like inseparable, like the only person I hang out with, and all she really wanted to do was smoke and lay in bed and stuff, and I was always with her, so.
That's kind of boring.
Yeah, so now I surround myself, I try to surround myself with people who want better and who do better and who motivate me and who push me.
And so do you participate in any extracurricular activities?
I was doing volleyball workouts for a little bit, but I stopped because, I don't know, I've never really been into sports, like I've never really got into sports, but I do like working out a lot, so I go to the gym sometimes, but no, other than that, no.
You're not doing volleyball anymore?
No, I honestly, I kind of forgot about workouts, I was busy, I was busy and I just kind of stopped going.
And so you're going into your freshman year? Is that yes?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. Well, you know what? It's not a bad thing to give something new a try. Surround yourself with some positive people, right? A little bit of healthy competition is good. So why don't you maybe pick that back up again?
Yeah, I was thinking of, I wasn't sure if you're allowed to just stop going and then just go back.
Well, I think it would depend on the coach, but I think the summer is kind of optional. I don't think they can make it mandatory, so.
Cause, it's, I just need to get better at it as well. Like, I have I don't know the word for it. Like, I move around just fine and I'm good with like running and stuff. It's just, I just need to get better at all of it.
Right, you have to get better at controlling your passes and, keeping your knees bent when you're receiving a serve and all that stuff, right? Not jumping when you pass the ball and, yeah. It's not a hard sport to learn, right? It's a lot of technical stuff. So, but give it a try. You never know how you're gonna do unless you try it.
My thing is just the posture. It's hard to like, because I like slouch and it's kind of just like.
Many do.
Yeah.
Many do. So, all right. And if you were to test today, what would be checked in your system?
Just my medication. I don't think any marijuana, because I think it's been at least 30 days. Yeah, it's been at least 30 days. So yeah, just my medication.
Okay.
I have Clonidine and propofol.
Okay. And do you test her at home?
I did after the fact, so it was probably been about 2 weeks.
Okay. All right. Okay, and do you have any way that you're earning your own money?
No, I got a work permit, I was gonna get a job, but I thought me having court would affect it. But I don't think that was true, so I kind of just like bummed myself out.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to try to look for one, but I don't know if anybody would hire me.
Again, you don't know unless you try, right? Right?
Yeah.
You seem to talk yourself out of things pretty easily, except for using marijuana with your friend. So.
Not really, I'm not a good talker.
No, you talk to yourself out. You talk to yourself really well and talk yourself out of things. Is what I'm saying. You want to do something, but you talk yourself out of it pretty quickly.
Oh, I see, I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah. Okay, so how are your grades this year?
They were bad, but it really wasn't lack of understanding. Like, I feel like I'm more patient with my kid, it was just lack of motivation, and my meds actually helped with that. My solution and medication, and I also like, I was in school for a little bit because I was hospitalized, so yeah, that kind of affected it.
Alright. Summer classes?
No, because it was just 8th grade, I'm retaking Spanish next year, and I'm gonna try to work on things. But towards the end of the year, my grades got better, like I started paying more attention.
Doing your work and turning it in?
It was just the beginning of the year.
Okay. All right, well, hopefully you'll be on the volleyball court, give that a try. And you don't talk yourself out of working either, so, all right, the court's going to indicate a $75 fine. Do you have that to pay today or do you need time to pay that?
I don't have it.
Can we come back tomorrow? So we live in Dearborn Heights, so it's been a long day, so I'd rather not come right back, so.
No, it's been a long day? No, no, I know, it. Yeah, no, that's fine. So I'll indicate the 19th. Okay, and so are you attending Roosevelt in the fall? Yeah. Okay, all right, good luck with that. You have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, off the record.
Your Honor, was that the last case?
Yes, that was the last case for the day.
Thank you.
Okay.